his romance, my solace come. In field and no sword, my shield is alone.
But this rebel he walked through Napoleon, who thought it wasn't very nice. And so today, my brothers in Haiti, they still pay the price. Yeah, yeah. Haiti, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. One day we turn our heads and look inside you. Haiti, I'm sorry. Haiti, I'm sorry. One day we turn our heads, restore your glory. Many hands reach out to St. George's and are still reaching out to those frightened foolish men of Pretoria. We still scream and shout. We came together in song to steady the horn of America. But the Papa Lord come and the baby Lord go, and still we don't seem to care. No. Haiti, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you, but one day we turn our heads and look inside you. Haiti, I'm sorry. Hey, Haiti, I'm sorry. One day we turn our heads, restore your glory. When there is anguish in Port-au-Prince, it's still Africa crying. We're routing fires in faraway places when our neighbors are just burning. They say the middle passage is gone, so how come overcrowded boats still haunt our lives? I refuse to believe that we good people would forever turn our hearts and our eyes away. Haiti, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. One day we turn our heads and look inside you. Haiti, I'm sorry. Oh, Haiti, I'm sorry. Oh, oh, oh. One day we turn our heads and restore your glory. Haiti, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry. For so long, we looked away, turned our eyes around. Haiti, I'm sorry. Sorry.
And of course, let me say a special hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. Yes, 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 yes. It's in the village of the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's 7 to 9 p.m. And let me just send David a message here. You can use your phone. You can use your phone or laptop. Okay, folks. Yes, of course, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's in the village with the DAG triplets. And, you know, the crew already inside. Miss Diana 𝗹𝗶𝘀𝗀𝗄𝗏 McDonald, boy.
You have it reversed.
Well, you know, come on, man. You got a little flavor in sometime, man. What is that one?
Since you take that vaccine, you kind of, you know, flip. I don't know.
I'm flipping things around.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm flip-flopping.
Yeah. You can't run a lap round the track. You're flipping things around. You know, I don't know.
All kind of thing. I'm slowing down, boy.
Yeah,
I'm taking honey goat weed, all kind of thing.
Oh, no. I ain't going there. I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah. Okay, you ain't going there.
No.
All right. Nah. Let me bring in Tommy here. Tommy, welcome, my friend.
A pleasant good evening to the family. It's a wonderful, beautiful Saturday. It's still summer, so temperatures are wonderful.
Yeah.
It ain't wonderful up by me. It's raining and it's damp.
You take your dose of Tommy, you take your dose of honey goat weed yet?
No, I'm gonna have it later. I'll have it after the show. I'll have it after the show. All right.
Oh God! Yeah. Let me just say something. Rose, Rose. Me and Rose have something special. Eh? You see, we say good night, Armstrong. It always look nice. And Diana, you too.
Thank you.
Richie, welcome. Rajvi says good night, Wall Street and the storm.
Good night.
Yeah. Lana say honey goat weed. That for single people or what?
Oh Lord.
Oh God. Hey, Wolverine tonight, boy. Wolverine inside. Cheese stick inside, boy. Cheese sticks inside. I see of course Lana inside. Melissa inside. Melissa say I want to hear David Rudder Madman rant.
Oh Lord.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Diana.
Yeah.
Could I send you David Mohammed contact and you contact him in order to organize for me?
I have his contact information. What do you want?
He wants to get on the stream, right? And I think he's having a little difficulties.
All right, let me go instruct him.
All right. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. So Melissa says after I want to hear David Rudder Madman rant. You'll get it definitely. Rishi, welcome, boy. Rishi, I see Vonnie Roberts, boy. Donnie Roberts say good tune, boy. David, you see my neighbor, Ajax, Ontario. What, Money Roberts? Hey, Steve Trini Lopez, welcome back, boy. We missed your partner. We missed your Melissa Phillips, welcome. Vonnie say we're my deputies. They're inside. Cheese stick, boy. Yeah. Cheese stick. Send our condolences to run for us, eh? Maybe you could send us run email address or something. We could send some flowers to his family. All right, cheese sticks or Carissa, whoever it is. Right? Rose, cheese sticks inside. Takesha, welcome as well. I just see you coming early. Somebody coming early today, boy. Real early. I will see that. Cheesecake, boy. Cheesecake. Where's sponge cake? Oh, God. Wait now. It's cheese sticks? Did I say cheesecake?
It's cheese sticks.
Oh, did I? Oh, God. Cheesecake is your family. No, boy, that cheesecake in here. Who's cheesecake new? Cheesecake, where are you joining us from? All you know cheesecake? All you know cheesecake. Or let's tell you all you know cheesecake new. Cheesecake, are you new in here? Can you let us know? Cheesesteak, is that your cousin? I feel like it's cheesesteak cousin, you know.
Sorry about
What?
that rain in Tobago.
Vonnie Roberts says sending cheese. Go ahead, Tommy.
Richie Sutherland said it ain't wonderful in Tobago. Rain for so.
Oh, okay. Richie
Sorry about that.
from Tobago?
It looks so.
Vonnie Roberts says sending cheesecake. Lana, you'll distribute it. Wait, you're sending the cheesecake in the chat? Rajvi says soak prom chasing with a white oak. That will be nice. Okay, what is that one? What is that one, Rajvi, boy? I know that, you know. What that for? Oh, Ronnie says the girls the the hair salon opening. Melissa says I'm sure for Ron having some after work drinks. Right. Ronnie asked for the two senators, Nutscake and Ron. That's true. But I think Ron had something in his family, right? Let me bring back in Diana.
Okay, there was an issue as to whether he'd be on camera or not. I told him up to him, but he will be settling himself and he'd be go off camera and then settle himself totally. That's what he said. But he's coming on. He doesn't have any connectivity issues.
Okay, good. All right. Raj, will rain tonight? Yeah.
Yeah, it's raining. But wait, let me see. Nobody noticed nothing new on me.
You have a new glasses.
Yeah.
You have new glasses.
Let me look.
Only Diana have new glasses. Only put in the chat. New glasses, Diana.
New glasses. No more Ian Arlene. No more Ian Arlene.
Congratulations, Diana.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Raj, we want to know if there are any more Delta cases today. Takesha, welcome. You also said Brittany. Melissa Phillips, welcome as well. Wonderful evening to you as well, Brittany. Rose Celestine, inside.
Well, wait, I got something to say. Okay. Now, tomorrow, Rose has, and her daughter has endowed me a godmother to Rose's new grandson, Jeremiah.
You said endowed?
Yeah, made me godmother.
You know what endowed means?
As an author. Made me a godmother to her new grandson, Jeremiah.
Okay.
Let me give all of the stats on the boy. Yeah? He is 10 days old. He weighed 10 pounds. You know what I tell you?
10 years old and he weighed 10 pounds?
10 days old, he weighed 10 pounds, and he weighed size 1 Pampers already. You know what I tell you? You see the Amazonian giant?
What boy? But we can only go back to the chat to see the first one was Lana. Lana, I think somebody beat you, 6:38 p.m. I think somebody beat Lana, but Lana is the first in the chat. The chat does go so quick, right? It goes back to 6:38. Then Rose come right after Lana at 6:39. Then Rajvi tie with Rose. Watch Rajvi and Rose tie, boy. They tie for second. So no third place. So Lana was first. When you get a tie, you don't get third place medal. You understand? So Rose and Lana tie for second. Right? I just start keeping track of when the first people come into the chat. Because they was coming real early. Phantom, you inside.
Good night, everybody. Checking out.
Hey, Phantom.
Yeah.
She's looking nice.
Yeah, so they're coming up here by me tomorrow. I'll be meeting them tomorrow for the first. So and they're having lunch with me tomorrow. So me able to lift this 10-pound kid, I have arthritis in one of my left wrists here, and me able to lift this 10-pound kid, Rose. Okay, good.
So Melissa, someone in the group will tell you what happened with Ron while he's not here. Cindy's also inside. Cindy Lacan and Troy Smith inside. Troy.
Yeah.
Right. Troy Smith, you're inside.
Mm.
Watang, you're inside.
Gary, let me ask you, Gary.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
You ever hear about a 10-day-old kid weighing 10 pounds already?
What? Who child is that?
That Rose grandson.
10-10, boy. 10-10. Like that I read the station, you know. 10-10 wins. 10-10 wins, boy.
Me and where Rose get he from, boy. I know where Rose daughter get he from, but he like I don't know. Boy. He go look out for you in my old age. Don't come near me in my old age, you know. I have an Amazon bodyguard, you know. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, Melissa, read cheese stick comment, right? I think that's about run.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cheese stick say that's me cheesecake, my other account. I thought that was the family. So it's cheese stick and cheesecake.
Oh Lord.
Ansem, you notice anything different about the Prime Minister today?
He's still wearing no mask.
Today?
In the press conference, you notice anything different about him?
He was a little more calm today.
More humble.
Yeah.
Arrogant.
No.
You know, I mean, he was like a real human being today.
Yeah.
You know?
Good night, Maudlin.
Yeah, Maudlin. Good night.
Good?
Yeah. The vaccine, like it gone to the brain. He ain't insane.
Good night, Maudlin.
But for all who didn't hear it, let's listen to what the Prime Minister had to say about honey goat weed. Listen to it.
Oh no.
Listen.
Does this and it's not certified by the CDA and the FDA and all sort of DAs. And I went into the pharmacy and I looked at the shelves and I asked about the popular things that are bought up by in large number, paid for in foreign currency. I was amazed and in some instances appalled at what the general public was buying in the pharmacy, with nobody asking who certified that, what is the efficacy of that, in some aspects, what is the active ingredient in that, and of course, what are the side effects of using it. Who in this audience will tell me what is the side effect of using honey goat weed?
I never hear
paid
about
for
that
in foreign currency. Available in every grocery in this country, every supermarket, in every pharmacy in this country. But all you have to do in this country is to be a mouth and just say it's good for certain things and good for certain purposes, and nobody wants to know where it's coming from. But all of a sudden, the COVID vaccine that is required to take us from where we are to where we want to go is subjected to all kinds of analyses.
Let's have some of
Not
that.
here.
No, I quiet. I just put that
on your
up.
left.
I'm looking it up here. Honey goat weed benefits and uses.
Gary, you know Gary, don't go in the pharmacy and go in the honey goat meat section, you know. Gary, the pharmacy
I think I've seen that at the health food store.
Don't always go in the health food store, no, Gary. Don't try that, you know. What tell you?
But listen, they have something named black ants. They do the same work too.
Straight from China. I don't know how you didn't use that one instead.
No. Black ants is made in Tobago.
Listen, it has come from China too, black ants.
No. When I was in hear this story, how stupid and dotish I am. I was in Tobago. So I see this sign on the wall, on the light pole, say black ants for sale. So I said, I was taking a tour. I said, but wait a minute. They're selling black ants. What people want with black ants? So right away, the only black ants I know is Bachak. So I asked the tour. Guide. I said, Wally, what they buying Bachak to do? He said, no, Diana, they're not Bachak. I said, I just read a sign there and it said black ants for sale. Don't tell me no stupidness. I know I can read. So when he break it down, I said, oh,
yeah. Only Prime Minister know about Holy Goodread.
Looks like he using it.
Anyway, let me say a quick welcome before we bring in Dr. David Mohammed. Ulrich, welcome, Ulrich. Right, of course, Vishnu, where you joining us from? Put it in the chat, as well as Susan, joining us for the first time, I think. Susan Ma, boy. All right, let's bring in Dr. David Mohammed here. Dr. Mohammed, we want to say welcome. Welcome to In the Village to the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9. It's okay. In the Village is a little different, David. Dr. Mohammed. In the Village is a little different. That's okay. We want to say a special welcome to you, Dr. Mohammed. Of course, in the Village to the DAG Triplets. The DAG Triplets, the D is Diana. Of course, the A is myself, which is Anselm or Flash. And we have G, which is Gary or the Phantom. And then we have a fourth person with us, is Tommy. Tommy is considered to be the ladies in the chat. We call him the outside child. The ladies in the chat call him the love child. You know, so... and that's how we go.
Good evening, Brother David.
Welcome,
Brother David.
Dr.
You know
Mohammed.
who I am.
Well, yeah, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be on. We've already started off with a bang. Yeah, that was quite entertaining. I saw the meme going around, but it just didn't catch because I've been missing so much recently. But well, now it's all come together. That clip was from, it wasn't from today, was it?
No, that was from today. That was from today.
That was from today?
That was from today, yeah.
Because to me, I saw the holy goat weed. To me, I saw a couple of memes from maybe about a day or two ago, unless it was early this morning. I can't remember.
Yeah, no, that clip was actually from the press conference today. Yeah, we try to keep David, even Dr. Mohammed, even though we don't live in Trinidad and Tobago, we try to keep us up to date here in the village as much as we can. You know, it's like, you know, we feel like, you know, we are on the ground in Trinidad and Tobago and we just live in the United States of America. You know, and
especially as it pertains to very important matters such as holy goat weed, right?
Yeah. Anytime we start to talk about holy goat weed, we in America get very theatrical when we talk about holy goat weed.
Matters of pressing national urgency. I understand.
Pressing, very pressing, of national importance. And
reproduction is a matter of pressing urgency.
And I gotta say to you, Dr. Mohammed.
Also, it's a fertility drug. Is it a fertility drug? Is that what it is?
No, it has help.
Indirectly.
Yes. They're not like the one that Pfizer made. You know, Pfizer makes. You know, Pfizer has a cousin.
All right.
Okay. Oh, take it easy, Dr.
Right. Okay.
Here we go. Oh God. So Dr. Mohammed, I tell you, the people in the chat are already saying, you know, very present welcome to Dr. Mohammed. And what happened, Dr. Mohammed, is that, you know, you were with us before we actually been on YouTube, right? And we asked people in the chat, what are some people you like to see on our program? Because we bring all different type of people in the program, right? This program is not like many
Yes, I
programs in
realize.
Trinidad and Tobago. We bring diversity as much as possible to the program. And they said, can you bring Dr. David
Yeah.
Muhammad? And that's when I sent you the text, and you immediately accepted, and we do appreciate
Right.
that very kindly.
Yes.
But Dr.
My
Muhammad,
pleasure. It's my pleasure to be on.
one of the things that was most recently happened is but before we talk about that, Dr. Muhammad, I want you to talk about the 𝗂𝗲𝗀𝗃𝗃 Education Center there in Prisgala and Laventille, and some of the things that you guys are doing for that community.
Right. Well, of course, our organization, the Black Agenda Project organization, established by the Nation of Islam, we acquired 6 years ago 3/4 of an acre of land from the state, and we constructed the 𝗂𝗲𝗃𝗃 Education Center on our own with no government or corporate support. And we had a number of programs taking place. But as it currently stands with the lockdown restrictions, we're continuing our CSEC free lessons for students. We do free lessons in maths, English, literature, principles of business, accounts, social studies, human and social biology, and of course, Black history. We have also had public speaking workshops. Every 2 months or so, we have done our best to host an African Expo. So in 2 weeks from today, we host African Expo number 8. That will be on Saturday, August 28th, of course, with retail opening back up. We have just started every Friday African Farmers Market at the 𝗂𝗲𝗃𝗃 Center, where African farmers would bring in produce into the car park, and our people just drive in, get the produce, drive out, and both yesterday and last week, those are the first two, we sold out all of the produce, and we're looking forward to next week. In fact, we're looking forward to the next 2 weeks with these restrictions being loosened up. And our main focus has been the education programs, and hopefully in September we'll be able to resume a lot more. But the Black Agenda Project organization is based on 9 committees: health, agriculture, education, security, arts and culture, business, justice, information, and science and technology. And we hope to have a central committee meeting probably first week in September to get many of our programs back on track. But as it stands now, with the current restrictions, we're doing the African Farmers Market every Friday. We have classes basically every day, but they're online for now. We were doing in-person classes up to about, I think it was 2 or 3 months ago when the state of emergency was introduced, and also on the expo coming up. So yeah, that's basically it in a nutshell.
Thank you, David. And David,
can I ask? Can you,
sure.
When you do these kind of events, can you publish it? I don't see anything on it, so we'd like to get these kind of things, pictures, videos published, and people can see what's going on. And I guess it will help you also get in funding in your direction, because funding is a big issue if you really want to move forward. So if people see what you're doing, I'm sure that they'll be willing to contribute, to community education and things like that.
Yeah. So I mean, the lessons program is ongoing. We're not really advertising it much because this is our 2nd year, and it's more or less in motion. We did a full registration. We would have kicked off in, I think it was April, first week in April or so. Yeah, so that's ongoing. If we meet people individually who want to become part of the classes, then we'll take it on a case-by-case basis. But, the courses basically are in motion. And yeah, we will put out some publicity regarding the African Expo.
So David, we always take questions from the chat, right? And we got to take these questions rather than us ask the question, because the chat goes quick. We got a chat that moves so quick. It's unbelievable, right? So question,
right.
Dr. Muhammad, would you say our Trinbagan history is taught in our schools?
Yes, it is taught in schools, but not from the perspective that it needs to be. You see, two people can be in the same place at the same time, and a situation can take place, and there may be conflict between the two parties who have witnessed it. So when you get the account from both sides on what happened, there would naturally be contradictions, especially if there's some kind of dispute. Take a car accident, for example, where there's no clear guilty party. You question both persons involved, and clearly each of them will tell the story from a point of view that favors their narrative. And bias may be introduced on both sides. That's what has happened largely with our history. It has been told from the point of view of the colonizer, the oppressor, the enslaver, and not from the point of view of the victim, the enslaved, the subject, the working class, the underclass. And a lot of the history needs to be properly presented from the point of view that can facilitate empowerment of the masses of the people. So yes, the history is taught, but not from a satisfactory point of view that can provide our children with the required inspiration and motivation for them to extract out of history. Take, for example, in the conversations about slavery. Imagine you see with your own two eyes a man commit murder, rape, theft, and so you hire a gardener to do some plants in your yard, and you actually witness that gardener committing a crime. He commits murder, rape, and theft. And you see this. Now, imagine writing a report on what happened and referring to him and all that he did as he was the gardener. The gardener was present. Is that the main thing about him, that you wish to represent him as a gardener when he's a murderer, a thief, and a rapist? Well, why do they still call the committers of genocide the brutal and cruel, murderous slave masters? Our literature still calls them planters. You have terms like explorers and navigators and seafaring men. You're talking about committers of genocide. When the Jews write about the Holocaust, they're not going to talk about the people who put them into gas chambers and mass murdered them as mechanics and plumbers and electricians. No, they speak straight, because the purpose of them passing on the history to the next generation is to ensure that one, never happens again. Two, that it's respected in history so that they could pass laws, as there are laws in 17 countries right now that have criminalized denial of the Jewish Holocaust. So unless the story is told properly and accurately in a reliable and valid way that highlights the key points of it that have created setbacks for us, then we have to question the validity of that history in general.
Can I interject here?
Please.
Yeah. I was a student at St. Augustine Girls High School, and I got into trouble for the same thing. I challenged my history professor. They were teaching Walter Raleigh and Francis Drake, and
oh God.
So I got up and I said, his name was Reverend Samaru. He's still alive. And I said, wait a minute, Rev. Ain't got no black people that do nothing good in history. And why? And I told him, I remember specifically, and he will tell you, my history is not slavery. I read in an encyclopedia at university where Mansa Musa built a university at Timbuktu. Why are we not learning about that here at St. Augustine Girls High? He sent me outside to run around the quadrangle in the hot sun with my hand in the air. So I got into trouble for highlighting these things. I was always that rebel rouser, you know, and but I didn't stay quiet. I presented an essay when you had to write the GCE and the O level. They asked the question in a roundabout way, and I tell them what I had to say. I was in jeopardy of not getting the grade that I'm supposed to get. But I didn't want to write about Walter Raleigh and them fellow. No, that's not what I want to write about. So you're absolutely right, Dr. Muhammad. Our history, it is only now I find that they're more open with it. But back in the day, if you weren't woke, right? If you weren't woke, there was ramming things down your throat. And if I'm like, and I was like, no, that ain't so. And don't listen to these people. You need to go to the university and pull certain books and read. It's hidden inside there who we really are. You know? So you're absolutely right. Yes,
what I want to interject here
and
is,
you know, it's possible that what might have encouraged that narrative is the last chapter in Dr. Eric Williams's Capitalism and Slavery, chapter 11, which is entitled "The Saints and Slavery," and it, you know, it was like, well, it's up to the interpretation of the reader, but it came across somewhat as an olive branch to say that, okay, because I mean, chapters 1 to 10, magnificent academic analysis of enslavement and, you know, in particular the trade and the economics and the commerce of it. But it's almost like chapter 11 was, okay, but there still are some good white people. And like they just have to stick it in there, you know, so that the book doesn't come across as heavy as the first 10 chapters are. And you tend to see that position being taken by many of us, that, you know, we, as evil as slavery was, as terrible as it was, it's like we have to throw that in there. But there were good white people.
You
and
know,
that
David,
narrative kind of stuck.
Gary, go ahead. Go ahead, Gary.
are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So one of the things I've been trying to interject, even here in the West, is to give an assignment to the young people to interview their grandparents, their family, on what their experience is, because too much of those stories are going untold, and get their side of the story of things. So this is one way we can help ourselves. So we make it an educational assignment to extract as much information from the grandparents and the great grandparents with their experience. These are things that we need. I would suggest that we do.
Yeah.
You know, Dr. Mohammed, it's when I listen to what we just spoke about there, and I listened to a doctor, a black man, a doctor, talk about critical race theory. And when he spoke about critical race theory, he talked about, well, those white people sitting there didn't do me anything. You know, why do you have to worry about these white people sitting here? They didn't do me anything. You know, and I'm looking at the gentleman and saying, so because he's saying that they didn't prevent me from getting to be a doctor, right? They didn't do me anything. And it's like he's minimizing what happened in history, what happened in the past. You know, and he's saying that, well, I'm a doctor. I made it. And regardless of all the circumstances, I made it as a doctor. None of these white people sitting here, right, preventing me from making it as a doctor. And to me, he just missed the whole boat. You know, he went, you know what he said? He went to the wharf and he pelted a pebble and he missed the whole ocean. I mean, you know, I didn't mean to bring that up, but as the conversation kind of went that way, you know.
That is more relevant. That is more relevant than we can ever imagine, because part of the problem has been there has been no intergenerational continuity of ideology. So if we have recognized in this generation that there's a specific philosophy that will contribute to our liberation, but we cut off the continuation of that particular conversation in the next generation, then we would continue going back to square one, like on snakes and ladders, when you get so high up, but you end up falling right back down. So if I am a child in a home and my parents have some jewels that they had to sell in order to send me to university to get an education to become economically empowered, and someone breaks into that house and steals my parents' jewels so that they have nothing to sell to secure my future for me, my position could be, well, I need to get those jewels back or get some compensation or some restorative justice so that my ambition can still be on the agenda. Or I could take a position and say, well, the person who broke into the house and stole my parents' jewels, they didn't steal anything from me.
Correct.
Because I still have my watch, I still have my ring, and I still have my chain. Therefore, I'm going to disconnect myself from being affected by that particular criminal act. And that's how illogical we're thinking when it comes to intergenerational consciousness that has to be handed down. And this is why we say Black history and Black studies in general has to be on the educational curriculum. It has to be something that's taught in schools, incorporated into the syllabus, part of the curriculum. There has to be teaching and learning content so that we can guarantee a consciousness generation. And let me just make one last point on this. I mean, next week, Tuesday, is my birthday. And I remember when my 40th birthday came some years ago. But I remember putting a post on social media. Last year was a big number for me, right?
Right.
Last year was a big number for me. But 40, of course, was another big number. And I remember when I hit my 40th birthday, I put a post on Facebook expressing gratitude for life. Because Malcolm X was assassinated at age 39. Martin Luther King was assassinated at age 39. And in the Holy Quran, Allah speaks of Moses getting to the age of 40 and finally reaching maturity. And here I was at age 40, so I was so happy. But think about this. Remember, I started doing this when I was 22. When I was in my 20s, most of the audiences that I used to speak to would have been persons in some in their 20s like me, but mainly persons in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. When I was in my 30s, most of the people in my audiences were in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. When I was in my 40s, most people in my audiences were again in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. But now that I'm going to the milestone beyond there, I am honored to say, before I say it, one of the biggest concerns over the years, we'll have an African Unity Conference. I remember when Minister Farrakhan came to Trinidad in 2012. Any event that we have, one of the major concerns expressed by people across the board, I'm not by audience, by those involved in organization, that say, hey, that was a great event, but there weren't enough young people. I remember when we packed out Napa. Oh, that was a fantastic event, but we needed more young people. And so many times we have like mass meetings, large gatherings of people, and people say that was so inspiring, but we didn't have enough young people. Now that I am 50 years old, I am so proud to say that over the last year, I would say that probably more than half of the audiences that I've spoken to have been 23 years and under, between the ages of 16 and 25 mainly. Now, imagine, like I said, I've been doing this for 30 years. So when I was in my 20s, 30s, and 40s, we hardly got, especially except when I go into the schools. Now, of course, when I go into the schools and speak to school students, but I'm talking about our actual audiences that we host. Most of the time, people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. But here I am now. Most of the people that I'm speaking to are elder teenagers and persons in their early 20s. You know why? Because we have built and established our own educational institution, and we have launched our own educational programs that the young people are part of. So after 30 years or 25 years of renting a building, renting City Hall, renting Nallis, renting Napa, renting all of these venues, we now have a home of consciousness. And when we teach maths or English or business or accounts or human and social biology, whatever it is, we teach Black consciousness in it, so that we become proficient in maths, language, literature, business, accounts, social studies, biology, for a purpose that can contribute back to our community. We teach mathematics not just to learn arithmetic, algebra, geometry, and then to get a job so we can get a check, so we can pay the rent and survive, but no, so that we can build, develop, grow, network, expand. And if we teach that consciousness along with basic education, when all other ethnic groups have been taught consciousness as part of their general upbringing, you don't have to teach Chinese children to look out for the Chinese community, support Chinese businesses, be part of the Chinese Intel network. You don't have to teach Syrian children that you must grow up to continue the empowerment process of Syrian businesses. You don't have to teach Indian children. You must love your race, you must love your culture, you must love your ethnicity. But because we were targeted specifically and surgically to remove that consciousness from our mind, we're now faced with the challenge of having to teach it and incorporate it in the general curriculum. So all of that now puts us back on track for a brighter future. And the future is not in us, it's not in our achievements or accomplishments, but it is in that next generation. And unless we're building those bridges, we're doomed.
Dr. Mohammed, you know, you want to make me almost cry, man. And here is why, right? I say cry, man, you know, like, you know, I've been in this country over X amount of years. So here's why, yeah, Dr. Mohammed, because that Workers' Bank building on Duncan Street in Port of Spain, right? And
yeah,
I requested that building to put the 𝗲𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃 Empowerment Center, right? To some of the same things you are doing, and with other different ideas to elevate these same sort of people that sorely needed. I call them the most disadvantaged people in Trinidad and Tobago, right? And I am a different kind of person from 𝗪𝗪𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃, right? I mean, you know me for a long time too as well, you know? And that, Dr. Mohammed, is what hurt me the most since I've been supporting the People's National Movement. That put a dagger in my back when that abandoned building, right, the Workers' Bank building that I know for years upon years upon years, right, and to make it even worse, Dr. Mohammed, right, the PNM sent someone from the Go Along Get Along PNM gang to go on radio and say, you see that building Wall Street talking about? The government is currently renovating that building. I'm living in America, right? That
is it?
No, it's not. It's not. That's exactly the point.
I drove past there today.
And Dr. Mohammed, that is exactly the point. This person went on a radio station and said, you see that Wall Street? Right? You don't even know what he's talking about. That building is a building that the government is currently renovating. The building across the street is the one that's being currently renovated. I live in America and I know that.
Right. But the old Ministry of Health building, right?
Correct. That is being renovated. I live in America.
The old Ministry of Health building is being renovated, yeah.
Correct. And he went on radio and said that. And I said, wow, that is unbelievable. I am fighting for poor, black, disadvantaged people. And you going on radio and telling the people he is trying to mislead people because that building is being renovated. I mean, that just blew my mind. You know, I thought he would have gone on radio and say, yeah, boy, Wall Street fighting for poor black disadvantaged people. And he's trying to get a building, no cost to the government, at no cost to the government. Right? And that was kind of sad. So when I hear you say that, it's some of the same things that we wanted to. We wanted to teach the stock market, right? In order for these kids to learn how to invest in the stock market. So while they're sleeping at night, they're making money. So, you know, you just bring back some memories there for me that's been sad memories. And, you know, but Dr. Mel, you know me, it never stops there. You know, I'm keep on going and going and going. So you just brought back a little bit of memories there, you know. So
Dr. Mohammed, there's one gentleman in the chat. He wishes to inform you, Ulrich Murray, that his father passed away.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ulrich
so
is a
sorry
good
to
friend
hear
of us
that.
here. Yeah, Ulrich is a very good friend of us here in the chat. And we do things a little different here, Dr. Mohammed. We cherish the people in the chat because we have people from all different backgrounds here in the chat. And we did something here for Ulrich too that he didn't know we were gonna do. So we appreciate those people. You know.
Yeah, he's been plugging it all evening to begging us to tell you. So
yeah, right. Sorry, the chat
Well,
has been
please
kind of
to Brother Ulrich and his mom and his brother, whom I met recently. And in fact, Brother Ulrich was one of the first people to purchase my new book, Black Youth at Risk. We took a photograph at the 𝗲𝗄𝐻 Center. That would have been on May the 1st, and we spent some time talking. You know, but Ulrich, please accept my condolences on behalf of myself and my family. And you know, I'm so sorry to hear that. I actually spoke at a funeral today of one of our sisters whose mother passed away. Sorry, she was 84 years old, and you know, I spoke at that funeral today, and you know, it left a very heavy feeling, of course. And now to hear that Brother Ulrich's dad has passed, I'm really sorry, but you know, may Allah be pleased with him.
I also bought, which book did I buy from you, Dr. Mohammed? Was it the Black Youth at Risk also, right?
Yes, the new one.
Yes,
Black
yes,
Youth
I
at
did,
Risk,
yes.
I think it was.
As a matter of fact, Dr. Mohammed, all right, I bought your book, Black Studies, when you came to Brooklyn about some years ago.
Yeah.
And
that
you remember
was
that?
2016. Of course it was.
That
was 5 years ago.
Yeah, man.
That was almost exactly 5 years ago.
Yeah, and I gave that book to my son. And my son says, Dad, who is the person that wrote this book? I said, he's a good friend of mine. He said, no, Dad, it can't be. Because my son doesn't think I have people. You know, your kids don't think you have friends who are like influential. He says, Dad, that can't be a friend. Dad, Dad, can I meet him one day? I said, sure, no problem. So that book, I gave it to him. The signed one, you signed it.
You know something?
Yeah.
Yes. But you know something, Wolsey? Last week, Saturday. No, that would have been 2 weeks ago. Sorry. Right. 2 weeks ago on Emancipation Day. We couldn't have an expo at the 𝗲𝗄𝐻 Center. What we did have is we had a book sale. And the main focus was the new book, Black Youth at Risk, where we reduced it from $300 to $200. But we had the first printing of Black Studies on sale for $100. And what touched me was the amount of people who came and purchased Black Studies, who at the time when it was published 6 years ago, they would have been considered too young to read it. The persons who got that book over the last 2 weeks, who would have been 11, 12, 13 years old at the time when it came out. And again, that's the kind of vision, that's the kind of succession planning that we want to have. So, and I hope that there are individuals now, right now as we speak, who are 7, 8, and 9 years old, who 10 years from now will be gravitating towards that information. And if they do at such a young age, they will not be a generation of minimum wage menial workers, but you will begin to see the collective upliftment and development of our people. So that was very encouraging.
Yeah, I got to tell you, and you know, my son been to Trinidad quite a few times, right? And I gave him the book, and I give my son and my daughter, you know, a lot of these type of books in order for them to read, you know, because my son went to Drexel University and my daughter went to Colgate University, right? And you know, just for their mindset, because you know they grew up in communities. It's kind of funny, but I'm not going to go into that anyway. Before we go, Dr. Mohammed, somebody has a question. Dr. Mohammed, what are you doing to empower the youth with your wide range of knowledge?
Did that person just join the program?
No. I don't think so. Maybe she doesn't know. Maybe she doesn't know about you, David. Dr. Mohammed.
Well, okay, so we have published well, I don't even have a copy of the book here. Let me reach this one here. So this book, entitled Knowledge is Power, is based on Black history and Black studies content, designed more for school students, all right? So it has a curriculum, a syllabus, 40 lessons, 6 units, and teaching and learning content. It's designed for a 1-year-round course in African studies. So we've made that book available, which is basically our Black consciousness curriculum. But in addition to that, of course, we've established an institution, the 𝗲𝗄𝐻 Education Center, which is a home for this knowledge. And we have the ongoing classes for our young students, and we incorporate this content in each of the classes, through each of the teachings. We ensure that we instill a love and a pride for Africa. We educate on this series of achievements and accomplishments of African people, going back to the building of the pyramids, the establishment of the first towns, cities, villages, and civilizations on planet Earth. We embellish the fact that African people built the first schools, libraries, colleges, and learning institutions on Earth. We built and developed medicine, science, and the first hospitals. So we teach, we inspire, we establish an educational curriculum, and so that's basically targeted towards our young people.
So, Dr. Mohammed, we're going to go for a quick station identification. Of course, folks, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us, of course, Dr. David Mohammed. He's also a radio host in Trinidad and Tobago, also a host of the Black Agenda in Trinidad and Tobago, and have done many, many things across the world, not just Trinidad and Tobago. So we're going to go for a quick station identification. Stay right there, David Mohammed. Stay right there, Dr. Mohammed. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Hiya.
And of course, we are back at you. It's Individuals with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. There's another question from the chat. It says, also Dr. Muhammad, having volunteered to be a candidate for the PNM, I don't know about that, but I'm going to read it anyway. I don't know about that one. I'm reading it just as it's in the chat, right? Having volunteered to be a candidate for the PNM.
Please do.
I'm reading just as this. Having volunteered to be a candidate for the PNM, are you still interested in politics? And are you satisfied with the PNM governance for the past 6 years?
You know, I heard someone doing a commentary on social media, and they were talking about a post that I put up recently. And they said they were basically commending me on it. And they were saying this is a sitting senator in the parliament. And he was saying, David Muhammad, 10 out of 10, that was a magnificent statement. Fully agree, but I have one problem with you, David Muhammad. And he's going on and on and on. He said, I have one problem with you, David Muhammad. And that is that you went up for screening for this government. And I respectfully sent that person a very short message on Facebook Messenger saying, for your information, I have never went up for screening for any political party at anywhere, at any time, for any reason. I have never joined a political party. Well, that might be able to be challenged, but I've never been a part of any political party. I did not go for screening. My beloved brother and friend, Brother Fuad Abubakar, did go for screening, and it was said at the time that I was part of that. It was both of us. It was supposed to have been both of us. I never went because I don't trust that system. And I told him that, count me out. And then somehow it got in the news that, yes, I was went for screening. So I did not go for screening. I was not part of that then or any political party, neither then nor now. In regards to my satisfaction with the government or whatever the case may be. Sorry.
No, go ahead, David. Go ahead. I wanted to follow up on something. I wanted to follow up on something, but answer the second part of the question. Yeah, deal with the second part of the question with regards to how you feel about the 6 years of governance.
In response to the question of whether I'm satisfied with the performance of the government over the last 6 years or so,
yes,
I am not satisfied with the performance of any government under this system at any time. It's a simple question of which ones are worse as opposed to which ones are better. Because under this system, you take poor people's wealth that will benefit them collectively, and it is siphoned into the pockets of elitist individuals who hoard the economy and benefit personally. There is injustice, oppression, tyranny, and exploitation that is excused and justified systemically. And to me, in order to be involved within that political system, you have to prepare yourself to justify the rich getting richer while the poor get poorer. But those two processes are connected because the rich cannot continue to get richer in the way that they do unless you exploit the poor, but they take those from among the poor, give them a sample taste of the wealth that the rich enjoy, and then send them back among the poor population to try to convince them that the system is working for them. Those are some of the most dangerous individuals within our entire system. And it is almost identical to what Malcolm X spoke about in his last speech on the house slave and the field slave. The house slaves outside of the master's house were subject to the worst conditions, the most brutal and cruel atrocities. But when one shows tendencies to be able to instill revolution in the others, they bring him inside the house, give him a buttered biscuit and a piece of chicken, let him have a bubble bath in the slave master's tub, and let him wear some of the old secondhand clothes that belong to his master, and then send him back out among the slaves with a different tongue. So when he goes back out among the oppressed, the persecuted, and the tortured, he's now singing a different tune, telling them, well, you know what? The slave master might not be that bad after all. He's a good man. He's kind. He's generous. And I think if we wait just a little bit longer for things to get better, and we don't rebel, and we don't have a revolution, and we don't try to overthrow the system, then Master will take care of us eventually. And that poison that we have, and it's a system whereby you have people under the term, and this is not to all of them by any means, but you have those who adopt this title of political activist, where many times the same thing that they will condemn under one regime, they support under another regime. The same thing that they say is absolutely unjustified and wrong under one regime, they will justify it and excuse it and defend it under the other regime. Because many times they're only doing it to get breadcrumbs falling off the table of their own oppressors. And that is a major feature of our current political system. You see it every living day. So that is not a system that I wish to be a part of, except it be in a revolutionary capacity to temporarily try to create some change. So I hope that answers my question about my satisfaction with governance. Under this system, there's no good governance and bad governance. Under this system, it is all corrupt. It is all oppression. It is all exploitation. It is all support for the rich. And when it's not, when you have a leader like Fidel Castro of Cuba, or Maurice Bishop of Grenada, or even, I dare say, Michael Manley of Jamaica, and revolutionary leaders and thinkers, many times they don't last long in that kind of system. So I hope that suffices as an answer.
Why do they put out the narrative like a person like you screen for the PNM? I mean, I'm living in America, right, Dr. Muhammad? And I know for a fact that you never screen for the PNM. I know that for a fact, right? Why would people put out that type of narrative? You know, but you know what? I understand though, because I have gone on record that I'm a supporter of the People's National Movement.
Yeah.
But people in the PNM will put out that I'm a UNC. They have no evidence whatsoever. None. Absolutely zero. But they just want to put into people's mind that, you know what? He's not really a PNM, you know. He's a UNC. And I put on the table, I said, if anyone could prove that I'm a UNC, I will donate $250,000 to a charity of their choice. Now, that is put on the table for these same people. I call them the go along, get along PNM gang, right? For those people, because they're just running them out and just running them out. Now, the other people who coming at you and saying that you scream for a PNM. I mean, I know that. And I just asked him, why would they put out that agenda when deep down inside they know it's not true?
Well, you know, I guess it's like a form of sensationalism where something like that is heard and then it's repeated somewhere, but they never hear the dispelling of that kind of rumor. And I mean, we understand it happens, but the whole culture of calling someone by the label or brand of a political party, that is when one is completely exhausted of any sensible or logical response to someone's opinion. So, for example, a government or a political party may have a specific policy, and then someone who may support the party in their own conscience may be against that particular policy or principle that they're trying to represent. And so that person in good conscience, using their own independence of thought, refusing to be sheep being led to a slaughter, will stand up and say, no, I disagree with this. Now, to the supporter of that party or regime, if they have no intelligent response to that disagreement, if they have no justifiable rationale to challenge the position of this individual, then the simple, easy, mindless, spineless way out of it is to say, well, he's supporting this party or he's supporting that party. No, deal with the issue at hand, deal with the policy, deal with the legislation that's being proposed. And you see, this is why many times in these political conversations and arguments that take place within our society, there's a lot of personalization of it, a lot of name calling. So, for example, I may believe in, let's say, some form of historical affirmative action, right? Let's say I say between 1838 and 1925 in Trinidad and Tobago, there were laws designed to keep African people landless and propertyless so that we will be an available laboring class on existing former slave plantations. Let's say that's my political position on a matter. And you disagree with me. What you're supposed to do is highlight flaws in that perspective, show and prove that it is not constructive, that it does not make sense, that it will not benefit the society at large. You're supposed to piece apart the idea that I am putting on the table so that we can all proceed together and say, okay, this is a better point of view. But instead of doing that, we say, well, you see him? He's a dog, stupid, ignorant, he dunce. And up to now, you haven't said anything about what the person is proposing. Up to now, you haven't said anything about the structure of the policy that they're representing, but you're talking about the person's skin color. They head big, or they ugly, or they dotish, they stupid, they eating a food. And so all you're doing is proving two things. One, the ignorance and frivolousness of yourself, and two, by the fact that what you're trying to criticize is a lot more credible and valid than you may think. And it's unfortunate that we conduct ourselves like that.
You know, David, I gotta tell you, right? You see that analogy you just made there fits with our program here in the village with the DAG triplets. We started a campaign here where Gary started something with regards to exile and stranded citizens. And I took on that campaign here at the radio station and ran with it because I felt that our people were being, I felt, and I'm going to use this word, I felt the government was wicked and evil to exile and stranded citizens. And I've said that publicly. And you see exactly what you said there? Boy, you should see them PNM people come at me. And they came with ad hominem attacks. They couldn't attack while we were saying that exile and stranded sitting being locked out of the country was wicked and evil. They didn't come with any evidence to debunk what we were saying. But they come with, they call Diana, use a UNC dog. They call me all kind of names. They call me all kind of, the only thing they do is call my mother. That's the only thing they didn't do. They call me all kind of names. But I grew up in 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗃𝗃, my broad. And secondly, Dr. Muhammad, I've been fighting for the abandoned building in 𝗪𝗪𝗃𝗃 and to get 3 buildings painted. And the way the PNM people came at me for trying to get something for poor black disadvantaged people of 𝗪𝗪𝗃𝗃, you would swear I killed somebody. And I thought that they would be on my side to see, you know what? But they come with all these ad hominem attacks and excuses. And it was unbelievable. See, it seemed like you've been listening to our program. Because exactly what you said there, exactly, is what have been done or have been tried to be done to us.
Well, you know, what is additionally unfortunate about that kind of approach is that it injures future possibilities of us working together in a constructive way, because it leaves so much wounds among us that when we finally do see eye to eye or agree to move forward, you know, with the same pattern of thinking, then it would have ruptured trust. And, you know, we may have at the back of our mind this whole idea that, well, yeah, we're friends today, but you will betray me tomorrow. And, you know, it's a very classless attitude that, you know, at the end of the day takes away from the future possibilities of what we could achieve together.
But you know also, right, I listened to T.D. Jakes talk about confidants, constituents, and comrades, right? A very powerful speech, right? And once I listened to that speech, I understand fully the situation, you know, because some people you think maybe a confidant is just your constituent or your comrade. He talks about a comrade being like a scaffolding. A scaffolding goes up along the building, right? And once the building is done, painted or whatever, they remove the scaffolding. You know, and you know, once you are for what they are for, they are with you. But once you are not for what they are for, they're totally against you. And it is so prophetic that T.D. Jakes talks about that. But someone else asked the question, Dr. Muhammad, can you explain to me who are considered black?
That's a good question. That's not a bad question. You know, when we use the term black, and honestly, I'm not going to say I try to refrain from addressing this, but I know the identity crisis that our people are in. So I do my best to try not to add to that confusion. But when it comes up, of course, I have no choice but to address it head on. When we use the term black, we are specifically referring to the original people of the earth. More specifically, people of African descent.
Why is that
the
so?
reason that we say, right, so the reason that we say black is the most appropriate term to refer to people of African descent is only because when the conversation gets technical, we have to properly explain it, because the place or continent of Africa was not the original name of that region. The continent of Africa was named after at least one of 4 theories, or the most accepted of 4 theories is that a European explorer by the name of 𝗹𝗶𝘀𝗃𝗃𝗃 was the person after whom the continent of Africa was named. So if that is the case, then what was Africa called before that? Well, before 𝗹𝗶𝗀𝗃𝗃𝗃, the continent of Africa was called 𝗪𝗵𝘀𝗀𝗃𝗃𝗃. So 𝗪𝗵𝘀𝗀𝐻 or 𝗪𝗵𝘀𝗀𝐻 or 𝗪𝗵𝘀𝗀𝐻 is a more appropriate term than African technically. But even when we speak about 𝗪𝗵𝘀𝗀𝐻 as a continent, there was interference in the geology and geography of the region that has completely altered the original homeland of where people of African descent come from. Because some European people who dug a ditch across Northeast Africa have separated the continent of Africa from the so-called Middle East. So the Suez Canal was cut between Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Does that mean then if I dig a trench across the central range of Trinidad, does that mean the people in the north are Trinidadians, but the people in the south are now something else simply because a ditch was dug? So the entire planet is the homeland of Black people. Before there was a place called Africa, before we even identified the continent of 𝗪𝗵𝘀𝗀𝐻, some say, well, we came out of Nubia. Some say we're Nubians or Cushites or Ethiopians. Many refer to us as the Hebrews or the Israelites, all of them African people. If you look at the map today, you see Israel, which was formerly called Palestine, is in Northeast Africa, the place of Jesus' birth, all those regions, Jerusalem, Nazareth, Bethlehem, all of that is North Africa. So we now should not have ideology that separates us from each other based on geography. The scriptures say in the Bible that God made man in his own image and likeness. In the Holy Quran, it says Allah created Adam out of black mud fashioned into shape, and then he blew his spirit into Adam. The first human being was a black man. Therefore, God made Black people in his own image and likeness, which means that the idea that God had as a duplicate or replica to his own self in physical form was Black people, God's in person. So that goes right back to the beginning, and we were Black. So just for that reason, we say we are Black. But of course, we're not going to argue with anyone about using the term African, because then we just get into identity semantics. But we understand, and it's not high up on our agenda to make that distinction between Africa, 𝗪𝗵𝘀𝗀𝐻, Asia, Nubia, Kemet, or Kush. No, it's not. It's not high up on the priority list for us to contest those terms and titles. We're all African people. We're all Black people.
So, Dr. Mal, let me say welcome to Vishnu. Vishnu, welcome. We have people from all. I think Vishnu is the person who is the director for Douglas Politics. I think that's what. But he says, Dr. Muhammad, I'm leaving this chat disappointed. 49 years under the PNM, and you do not have an opinion on the socioeconomic impact a government has on its people.
Okay, so you see what's happening there? And I dare say to you, sir, that you cannot force or coerce me to say something out of my mind to be used for a narrative that you want to hear. I don't like the PNM as a party. I don't like the UNC as a party. I don't like the political system under which both institutions operate. But I am not so inexperienced and small-minded, sir, that I'm going to allow you to take my words as a Black man speaking out against a Black prime minister so that you could take it to use for your own purposes. And take it or leave it, beloved. But too many times, non-African people try to come between African people to provoke and promote that brother against brother? I have answered that question in a lot more depth and detail than you care to listen to. But maybe you didn't hear specifically what you want. You should be more concerned about the error that was made on the same program that you claim to be the producer of. You should be more concerned about correcting that in regards to me. So
he said he's going to correct that.
Okay,
he said he's going to correct it. Yeah.
Right, and to the person who's the host of that program, again, don't try to take my words to come in between me and him. So I'm not stupid. My leader and teacher is the Honorable Mr. Louis Farrakhan, who has taught and trained his representatives to not allow outsiders of our community to come in and form a wedge and put brother against brother. I don't like the politics of the current government, but that's not going to be my soapbox. My policy when it comes to my African people is that if I don't have anything good to say, I'm not going to say anything. I will criticize the position. I will criticize a system that sucks wealth out of the pockets of poor African people and puts it into the bank accounts of already rich, wealthy Syrian, white, and Chinese people. I will criticize that. But if I have anything personal to say about the Prime Minister, I will say I am proud of his image as a black man, which I think goes a long way to boost the confidence of young black men in a society who are very frequently victims of extrajudicial killings, racial profiling, and stereotyping, and to be seen as some kind of hopeless underdog on the landscape of equality of opportunity. The image of my Prime Minister may serve to be a balm for that. His politics, hell no, I totally disagree. Whom it seems that he supports and represents and looks out for, no, I totally disagree. But I'm not going to make that the mantra of my conversation. There are other people to do that. I am representing black consciousness. So you could take that small time stuff, as Minister Farrakhan would say, and take it somewhere else, but not here. Are you disappointed? Why? Because you want to see me as another bitter black man just cussing the PNM? When I hear black people who are bitter cussing the PNM, I have to listen and say, he has a point. He might be talking some serious sense there. I might even applaud when they're representing matters of justice, but that's not my narrative. My narrative is black consciousness. I follow the race-first philosophy of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who said Africa for the Africans at home and abroad, and a people without a knowledge of their history is like a tree without roots. We were oppressed, enslaved, colonized, and persecuted because of our race. So in order to mend, repair, and reverse a lot of the damage that was done to our race, we have to take a position on representing and defending our race. I'm not looking for petty squabbles. Yeah, and the thing is, Brother Waltrita and Sister Diana, we never would get into, let's say, and I'm just using it as an example, Chinese people's business. I'm a black man, and you know why you called me on this program. You're not going to call any Chinese agenda and express your disappointment with a Chinese philosopher over how he did not condemn a Chinese politician. Hell no, you're not going to do that, because you know you will be out of place for that. You're not going to call on one Syrian to condemn another Syrian and say, well, I am disappointed with you, Mr. Syrian, and how you haven't condemned your own Syrian people, because you know you will be out of place. So what is it about us as African people where persons from all other races and ethnicities somehow feel so comfortable to dictate to us what we must say, when we must say it, how we must feel, and I see a reflection in this of so many, and I may be wrong. I may be wrong. He could correct me if I am wrong. But there are so many East Indian academics coming out of the university who are pushing this narrative of slavery wasn't so bad, and other people suffered from slavery, and you know, that was in the past and you should get over it. And I have to question, where does this confidence and comfort come from that you feel you can tell a black man and dictate to a black man how he's supposed to condemn his own people? That's a family conversation.
So also,
So
Dr. Moore,
what I'm seeing here is that there is no national agenda with you. There is totally a black African agenda, and so all the work that we did in Trinidad and Tobago to bring everybody together, you were creating separation then.
no, Gary, I don't believe that. I don't believe.
Hold on a second.
No.
There's certain things. Hold on a second. There's certain things that happen in the United States that are separate from what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago, right? We are the Afro people in Trinidad and Tobago was more free. Like how up to now in the United States, we still have the certain white people here in this country that are taking advantage of people of African descent. We don't have that so much in Trinidad and Tobago.
Right. Okay, now...
And now you're saying, hold on a second, you're saying there's racial profiling from an African police force majority against African youths in the country?
Absolutely, yes. And we've made this point during the whole Black Lives Matter. Hold on, we made the point during the whole Black Lives Matter conversation that just because a black police officer kills a black youth, that does not mean that the Black Lives Matter narrative is not relevant, because you have a different dimension of racism where the hatred that the white people had for black people has now been internalized by black police officers and revented as self-hatred on those same black youth, which gives us double the reason now to call for the Black Lives Matter narrative. But let me say this in response to that statement about I am only looking at the African situation and I'm not, but I'm against the national agenda and so on. Brother Anselm and Sister Diana, I want you to pardon me in advance. And if you feel never to invite me back on this program,
Dr. Mohammed, Dr. Mohammed, let me stop you.
I want to respond to that. I have to respond.
No. I want you to respond. No, I want you to respond. But I want to say this. I wanted to say this, right? Whenever we bring people on this program, is to speak truth to power.
Exactly.
Okay, truth to power. And there may be people who may not agree with what that person is saying. That's part of life. Okay? And we want you, there's absolutely, and I'm saying this, there's absolutely no way whatever you are going to say is going to stop us, I'm going to say us, from bringing you back in this program. Never.
Good. So go.
We have a discussion. It's a national
yes, of
agenda.
course. Now, just a question before I respond. That individual who made that statement about, you know, me representing only Africans and not national and undoing the work of national unity and so on, was that the same Vishnu individual?
No. That's Gary. That's Gary.
I don't know Vishnu. I mean,
that's Gary.
But what?
Gary who's on the line with us there?
Yeah, Gary's in the program. He's part of the program. It's DAG, Diana, Anselm, and Gary.
Right. So Gary, are you saying that, in your opinion, so that's your thoughts, that's your opinion?
No, I'm asking a question because what I'm seeing here is, for instance, the way I was raised in Trinidad and Tobago, I mean, we know we had some incidents of racial discrimination, but we mostly were raised with a national thinking that, you know, that respected and we saw a man as a man, I mean, and Mr. John, there was no
Okay,
black and
understood.
Indian and this kind of thing.
Yeah,
What
okay.
I see happening here is an American influence into Trinidad and Tobago, and we need to separate that. What happened in the United States, Louis Farrakhan is not part of Trinidad and Tobago. He is an African who has fought for African people here in the country, which is well respected. But we are dealing
okay,
with
all right, I get your point. I get your
Trinidad
point.
and
Let me
Tobago.
respond, please.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I get
right?
your response. Right.
We eat
Now,
and drink
I
together.
want to say,
Dr. Raleigh
okay,
is the Prime
please
Minister
don't go
regardless of
there.
his complexion.
Okay.
Okay, now let me respond. To persons who hold that view of what I do and what I say and what I represent, I respectfully say to them, go to hell. Because if what I do and have done and the truth that I speak is on such a small platform that reaches people, and meanwhile, every single black politician that we have had has pushed this narrative. All races, all people live together. There's no racism. We're all one. It's rainbow country. Every single black man that we've ever elected into office, every single black man who has held a position in the judiciary, every single black man who has been a power broker in the corporate sector, every single black person, the majority of them who are entertainers in the industry whose voices are heard, push that narrative about all of us are one. This is Trinidad and Tobago. It's rainbow country. We all go to, and I hate to hear this one in particular, oh, there's no racism because we all go to the beach together, we all play carnival together, we all eat together, we all go to the movies together, and so there's no racism. Meanwhile, on that backdrop, you go to the bank, there's economic apartheid. There's racial discrimination in the banking sector and the giving of loans. There's racial discrimination that is institutionalized in the granting of land. There is racial discrimination in the preference that is given to the whites and the Syrians in the multi-million-dollar projects and contracts that they get. Meanwhile, the African contractor who's looking for small money is told to wean himself off the government. And if, after all those African representatives in government, in business, entertainment, are pushing this narrative about we're all one and racism doesn't exist, meanwhile, go into the prisons. According to the research of Dr. 𝗪𝗓𝗂𝗧, he says there's not even one African drug lord on the top level in Trinidad and Tobago. He said the top level drug lords are Syrians, Chinese, whites, and East Indians. But when I go into the prison, of which I went in more than 100 times, all I see is black Africans locked up for the drugs that Syrians and white and Chinese bring into the country. So if you want me to add my voice to that dishonest deception about there's no racism because we all eat together and play carnival together and go to the beach together, I say to anyone who says that to me to go to hell quickly, because we have had more than enough of that. I'm like one of the last voices left to highlight some of those truths. And you want me to hide all of that information about the truth of institutionalized racism in Trinidad when all of your politicians have been doing that from the 1960s to now? You want me to add my voice to that insanity? Hell no. And I dare say as well, to say that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is in America and this is Trinidad, I say go to hell for that too. Because this is a black man who is speaking consciousness to people of African descent all across the diaspora. And that's why our organization is in Trinidad, Guyana, Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, St. Croix, England, Canada, all across the United States, France, and Africa. Because we're united as an African people, and we're not so small-minded, simple thinking, and narrow in our thoughts to say, oh, well, he's American, so we're not going to unite with our African brothers and sisters in America. Or I guess for Marcus Garvey will say, well, he's a Jamaican, so we're not going to unite. And all of those creatures and critters who come among us with all of these excuses about why we should not unite, I say you're a danger to the liberation of African people, because it is that same consciousness that we took in Trinidad, where we didn't sit down and wait with cap in hand as beggars, waiting for crumbs to fall off someone's table. We picked ourselves up, formed a skills bank and think tank. We got land and we built. Up to yesterday, we had African farmers pooling their resources, bringing in food grown by Black people for us to do trade internally, instead of sending the produce to massa stores, because there's no racism in Trinidad and we're all one. And then we go and spend our money with them and give them half of our money and become permanently impoverished. And that we must close our eyes to that, because there is no racism in Trinidad and Tobago. So the wisdom of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is what has empowered us. And if I had listened to that narrative, well, Farrakhan is in America, so that's a different thing. Or Malcolm X was from Detroit, so we shouldn't listen to him. Or Marcus Garvey. That's what keeps us weak, divided, vulnerable, and susceptible to the tricks, traps, and snares that our enemies continue to set for us. I call on our people to be conscious. So if you, I take back my statements about going to hell.
No, you're free to see that, and you're free to say that, and I'm free to say that.
No. Because really, we're already in hell. We are already in hell,
Dr.
based
Mohammed,
on political mismanagement, etc.
Trinidad and Tobago was ruled by a so-called Afro-led party, right? And I mean, we Indians went through pure hell under this system. We didn't have an easy time. We faced a lot of discrimination for resources. My parents went through hell. Okay.
So you're East Indian. So you're East Indian.
Okay, East Indian origin. Okay. My family is East Indian origin. But what I'm saying to you,
right, well, again, beloved sir, that is a narrative that comes out of your community. That no, don't patronize me by saying that you appreciate what I'm doing. No, I'm saying. Please don't tell me what to say. I am saying, don't patronize me by now telling me that you appreciate what I'm doing, when you have already said something that is by far more poisonous and that is anti the narrative that I'm speaking.
You didn't let me finish. What I'm saying, I appreciate you.
My whole response to you was based on.
Hold on a second. Let me finish what I'm saying. I appreciate the work that you're doing in providing education to help the children to build themselves in the community. I appreciate that. But what I don't appreciate,
I don't accept that from you.
Okay. What I don't appreciate is the racial divide narrative that you're pushing.
But Gary,
so I reject your platitudes,
because
I see them as insincere.
Yes.
Because for you, how could you congratulate me on one hand for educating African youth, but condemn the same ladder that we're using to climb up on, or condemn the same rope that we're pulling them out of with?
I am talking about the academics.
These academics must have a conscious perspective in them to deliver liberation to a people. It sounds like you're advocating sending us into the same poisonous teaching that has battered the brains of our generations for many years and made them believe that it is great achievements for them to get minimum wage menial employment.
I am not saying that.
While some people, of course you're saying it. You're saying it indirectly. I am saying to you, that is what you're supporting.
In my country. I am not supporting any racial division.
But you cannot have your cake and eat it.
Gary, can I say
that you draw racism into Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, to you be your way, and to me be mine.
But let me say something. Gary, what is the purpose of 𝗲𝗄𝘀?
What's the purpose of the ADL?
Listen to me.
This is not a discussion.
𝗲𝗄𝘀 does not push this narrative. Okay.
Yeah, but they don't have to. They don't have to.
All right.
They don't have to. Because they already have a system in place where they look out for their own people first and primarily and exclusively.
We're having a discussion. It's a little heated.
But Gary,
no, I'm not. No, this is not a discussion that I'm having with you.
I have something to say, guys. I have something to say, Ansem. Can I say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say something, please? I find whenever the discussion comes to talking about empowering African people, wherever you are in the world, black empowerment, it makes people uncomfortable.
Exactly.
It makes people uncomfortable. Wait a minute, Dr. Muhammad. With all due respect. Gary, I'm going to make a point. I'm going to ask you something.
I'm listening.
When the census report comes around, what do you identify yourself as on the census report in the United States?
I'm an Asian. What am I?
I don't talk.
Okay, so
I don't talk.
Okay, no, I will close this segment of our discussion.
I don't talk
by saying this. To Mr. Gary, I respectfully say to you that I know you feel strongly about what you have said, in addition to me feeling strongly about what I am representing. But I'm putting it to you that, in my opinion, you, in this forum, in a forum like this, you should exercise some kind of restraint about trying to diminish the message of Black consciousness, which is a necessary ideological healing for our African children. You may be against that, but in this forum here,
I am not against that.
You are against it. But anyway, I don't want to argue. But all I'm saying is, sir, that you should, in my opinion, resist the urge in this forum to try to combat that. There are many other forums where you can do it. I'm sure you are involved in other forums where there may be a different kind of agenda, but I represent the Black agenda. And so if every other narrative, every other conversation from all these politicians that we've had, and leaders in community and entertainers and public persons and media personalities in Trinidad, all of them push this false narrative about racism not existing. Here I am, the one Black man who's representing the Black agenda. You, sir, unless you can point out that I am lying in what I'm saying, you should leave me alone and not try to be an impediment against this consciousness, because we have enough enemies against our rise as a people. And in a forum like this,
you seen me as an enemy. That's not the point, and that is not what I'm trying to do.
No, we don't see you as an enemy.
You see that's a problem right there. That's the problem right there.
Gary,
no.
I have no problem.
Okay.
I have no problem.
No, you can't have your cake and eat it. You cannot have your cake. You do. You just made it clear that you do. So don't bring the platitude.
I believe in equality to all people.
I don't wish to continue this conversation. I don't wish to participate in a distraction against the message that we're trying to share. Okay, to you be your way and to me be mine.
One moment. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ansem.
Listen, guys. Gary. My agenda, you always hear me talk about economic development, economic empowerment, economic inclusion, and access to capital for Black people and Black businesses.
Which I'm not against. I strongly support that.
Well, Gary, if you support that,
that's hypocrisy.
Yeah. If you support that, and you don't support what Brother David Mohammed is doing, you're talking from both sides of your mouth.
No, I am not supporting. I'm not saying that.
No, but I have to say though, having said all of this though, let me try to end the conversation by saying this to you, Gary. I admire you for being bold enough to make your position clear in a forum like this, because most people like yourself who think this way may normally gossip and backbite behind someone's back about what they have to say. Many people who think like you do would silently, in cowardice, express those views in forums exclusive to other people who think like them. And you have been courageous enough to come out and make your position clear, and I admire you for that.
My position
So
is a
thank you.
national agenda. I don't believe in promoting.
Okay, fine. Why are you
Indian or
repeating
African or
yourself? We have
anybody.
already went through
Okay.
this.
Okay.
But
Why do you feel that you have to bring down that narrative? Your agenda is a national agenda.
But Gary,
None of
They
us
call
want
a
it.
national agenda.
Wait.
You know
1
they
minute. 1
call
minute,
a
Dr.
national agenda.
Dr. 1 minute. Gary.
Yeah. I'm listening.
Gary, you even hear Mrs. 𝗓𝗲𝘀𝗻𝗆 speak to Dr. Rowley and told Dr. Rowley the black people in Trinidad and Tobago are the bottom of the barrel. When are you going to do something for your own black people? 𝗓𝗲𝘀𝗻𝗆 said that.
Yep, they're not faring well.
Right. So if
listen to me, and that was on
let me finish.
African
Let me finish.
No
Gary,
matter who is the prime minister, no
Gary,
matter who is the prime minister,
let
they're
me
not
finish,
doing
Gary.
well.
Let me finish, Gary.
Okay.
𝗓𝗲𝘀𝗻𝗆 said that to Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley.
Yes.
That black people are at the bottom of the barrel in Trinidad and Tobago. So we need people in Trinidad and Tobago who have a black agenda.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But if nothing wrong with that, you shouldn't have a problem with that.
Listen to me.
If there's nothing wrong with that, you shouldn't have a problem.
Anselm, let me say something to you, please.
Yeah.
Diana. You see, this is why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that for meetings where we discuss our liberation, we should have only black people in them. Because many times, because of the problems and the psychological depth and intensity of the sociological challenges that we face as African people, when we let other races into our private conversations about the hurt that we have suffered, the pain that we have experienced, and the genocide and slavery that we have been victims of, many times persons of other races who do not share that same historical sensitivity will bring their agenda center stage into the conversation, and then we will become distracted against dealing with our own problems. And I say that is what has happened for over the last half hour or so. We have gone around in circles trying to comfort an East Indian person who disagrees with a particular perspective of African
I don't need
consciousness.
you to comfort me at all, sir.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, please. I'm not talking to you. Can we not even speak to each other now? Right. So to my brother Anselm and to my sister Diana, yeah. So I was saying, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that we have to have just black people only in some of these kinds of conversations, because we end up getting distracted by the concerns of other races and how other races think that we should conduct our conversations. And I'm saying to you, brother Anselm and sister Diana, that this happened.
And Tommy.
Okay, right.
Go ahead.
But this
Tommy.
This
right, yeah, go ahead.
Right. So this happens in our conversation. All right. So can we move on?
Yeah. So all right, let's move on, guys. So Dr. Muhammad, someone says, Mr. Muhammad, we are all black in the Caribbean.
Okay. All right. From one perspective, we could say that. And many times people in the Caribbean who may be or not be considered black in other countries under different kinds of cosmopolitan social systems, they will be considered black. So we understand that perspective. I understand that.
So another person said, Mr. Muhammad, if wholly Africans are black, what color are we? I guess they're asking what color are other people? Or what color are Indian people?
Black people, on terms of color, is simply one minor biological indicator of race and ethnicity. Race is biological, meaning that the determination of it is rooted in phenotype and xenotype, which are the identification of biological extractions in a living organism or species. That is a race. An ethnicity, on the other hand, takes into consideration the culture, the language, the way of life, and the socialization process that a social group has experienced. That determines ethnicity, which is largely coincidental with race. So we complicate a lot of these perspectives when we say, when we try to psychoanalyze and micromanage our understanding of race and ethnicity. This is why the position that we take is that the same way that it had been determined from the beginning, that once you have one drop of quote unquote black blood in you, you are African. During slavery, they said if you were half black, half white, you were mulatto. If you were 3/4 white, 1/4 black, you were a quadroon. If you were 7/8 white, 1/4 black, you were an octoroon. On the other end of the spectrum, we had 𝗪𝗁𝗂𝗃𝗃, Cabre, and Sabo, where they, in their division of us, and through their divide and rule and divide and conquer methodology of dealing with African people, they gave us different degrees of human worth and value based on our skin color complexion. But we, as African people, recognize that all of us are one family, and we go from jet black to almost completely white skin. We go from coarse, nappy hair all the way to straight hair. We go from thick lips and broad noses to thin lips and straight noses. So we don't believe that we as an African people must be micro-divided by our complexion, by our looks, by our hair, by our skin color, by our facial features, etc. We recognize that we're all one African people.
So, okay, guys, folks, it's 8:59 p.m. Dr. Marvin, we don't need to stick and stay. We're going to go for another quick station identification. I'll be right back with you. We have with us tonight Dr. David Muhammad in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's 7 to 9 p.m. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. We'll be right back after this short station identification.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
And of course, we are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. We have with us in the village tonight, Dr. David Muhammad. And we're having a very fantabulous, splendiferous, marvelicious, tremendiferous, truth to power discussion here in the village tonight. And this is the kind of thing that we bring to you in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Yes. So we're going to get back Brother David Muhammad, Dr. David Muhammad in here with us. And we're going to continue to ask the questions that many of you asked in the chat. And as soon as Brother David Muhammad joins us back again. Brother David Muhammad, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you have on your avatar. You have your avatar on.
Yeah, I just stepped away from the desk.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Cool. So another person asked, Dr. Muhammad, what is your 3-step solution to the problem the country is facing at this time?
A 3-step solution.
Yeah.
Well, first, economic empowerment. We have to have some kind of system through which we are economically empowered and not dependent. Secondly, I would say education, that the education that we've received has largely been centered around filling in employment spots for representatives of major firms and corporations that exploit and oppress the masses in these populations. And thirdly, I would say succession planning. Even though there are those among us who are against us putting ideas of liberation and pride and the boosting of self-confidence and the elevation of self-esteem in our next generations, even though there are those who will combat and go against that particular objective, we have to remain focused and make it a major objective to teach and train our children and inspire them to occupy positions of power and influence in the next generation. So economic empowerment, educational advancement, and succession planning.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. You know, I normally have something that says economic development, economic empowerment, and economic inclusion. So another person said, Mr. Muhammad, I disagree. Not only African people, Black Indians are Black too. Are you saying that Black is measured by ethnicity and not color?
I think we just addressed that, where race is biological. Ethnicity is really determined by culture and socialization, but it largely intersects with biological race. There have been these attempts conveniently to bulk in Indians and Africans and say that they are both Black and that we're all Black people. But I consider that to be a convenient narrative because within the East Indian community, for example, there is no holistic welcoming or acceptance of people of African descent as equal partners or beneficiaries in the projects and the cultural missions that their people benefit from. African people are largely seen as outsiders. Historically, people of African descent in Trinidad and Tobago have been the victims of some of the most evident and dominant racism on the part of East Indian people. So we cannot pretend that in 2021, there is some kind of illusion of unification of the races that doesn't exist. Again, that narrative only comes up in conversations about carnival and fetting and partying and going to the beach where there's this apparent racial equality. But outside of that, the kinds of pursued objectives to prevent African people from owning land, to prevent African people from entering into positions of decision-making power and authority in, for example, the energy sector, based on some information that was recently brought to our attention. We cannot pretend that that racism doesn't exist simply because if you go to the beach, you see people of all races on there. There is a historical factor. You look at the prison system, again, the racial profiling and stereotyping. We addressed that since last year. I mean, to try to make believe that some kind of euphoria or equality exists is not true. We have to be honest, straightforward, direct, and realistic about the racial disparities that exist within our society and address them. I don't believe that racial inequality and injustice should be left alone as it is. I don't believe that the fact that many African people go to the banks for small money and are refused, and other ethnicities go for big money and they get it, I don't believe that should be normalized. I don't believe it should be normalized that Trinidad and Tobago is a cosmopolitan, multi-ethnic country. But all the top people on the drug trade level are non-Africans, but all of the inmates in the prison for drug offenses are Africans. I don't think that when information like that comes to us, that 95% of the prisoners are African who are in there for drug offenses, but 0% of the top-level drug traffickers are African. I don't think that when we come across truth like that, that we should try to obscure it by saying, but look at Carnival. On Monday and Tuesday, we saw people of all races dancing together. So therefore, that invalidates the institutionalized racism in banking, institutionalized racism in land ownership, institutionalized racism in the energy sector, institutionalized racism in the granting of government contracts, etc. So to those who want to push that narrative, fine. That's your choice. But just don't expect me, this lone voice of the Black agenda, don't expect me to jump on that bandwagon too, so that when racism is identified, that I stick up my hand and say, but don't worry about it, because we all cook food and eat together and go to movie town and go to the beach and go to the river lime and stew chicken and curry duck together. No, that's not for me. Those of you who wish to push that narrative, fine, I understand, but just not me.
Another person says, so Black can't speak about wrongdoings of Blacks?
A major proportion of the content that we share and what we speak about is Blacks doing wrongdoing to Blacks. Not only do we talk about it, not only do we write about it, but we're on the ground working with the gangs. Where we built that 𝗲𝗄𝐻 Center used to be, according to some, an open war zone. It was our responsibility to go to the brothers who were involved in conflict with each other, meet with the so-called gang leaders, and do what we can as peacemakers to establish that. And that entire narrative entails identifying the wrong that Black people have done to Black people. So, of course, that's part of the conversation as well. That just doesn't happen to be part of our discussion for this evening.
Hold on. So, David, while I go through that, you know, one of the big things that happened recently was the Prime Minister Emancipation Day speech and your rebuttal to the Prime Minister's speech, and I felt that you did a fantabulous job in rebutting what the Prime Minister said, because as soon as I saw that speech, what he said, you know, and he posted it on his social media page on Instagram, you know, I felt that he was kind of lost with that paragraph, that statement, and then you posted that. What made you come out and talk about that speech, you know, so quickly? You know, what triggered you in that paragraph? What actually triggered you?
Right. Well, you know, part of the research that I'm currently undertaking is proposed legislation to criminalize denial of the African Holocaust. The Jews, based on their history of the Jewish Holocaust, have been successful in getting laws passed in 17 countries, including France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Belgium, Greece, Hungary, and of course Israel, and other 17 countries, where it is a criminal offense to deny the Jewish Holocaust. And when we say deny the Jewish Holocaust, we're not talking about saying it did not exist, but denial of the Jewish Holocaust entails three factors. One, to claim that it was significantly less than 6 million people who died. Two, to claim that gas chambers were not used in the annihilation process. And 3, to claim that a major objective of Nazi Germany was the deportation of Jews rather than the extermination. If you publicly write, broadcast, or publish or represent those ideas in any public forum, you are a criminal. You can go to jail in those 17 countries. I add to that, even outside of those 17 countries, there are countries like America and England where persons who make similar claims or say anything disrespectful to the Jews would be forced to resign or lose their job or be publicly disgraced. As a matter of fact, earlier this year and also in 2017, there were 2 cases of men in their 90s. Think about this. Imagine a man, 96 years old, earlier this year, dragged off to prison. 96? Dragged off to prison for something that he did when he was 22. Wow. What could this 96-year-old man have done that was so terrible that they had to take him to jail in that frail state? He was involved with Nazi Germany. Okay, what did he do? Did he kill 100 Jews? Did he participate in extermination? Did he switch on the gas? No, he was a librarian. He was a librarian. The other one was a security guard. But they hunted them down, found them, and in that late stage of their life, in their 90s, put them in prison for just being involved on the periphery in the Jewish Holocaust. Did you know that the day before the Olympics began, one of the Japanese officials in charge of the opening ceremony, do you know that he was fired from his job? The day before Olympics began, the man with the responsibility for the opening ceremony was fired. What could he have done that was so terrible that they have to fire him the day before the opening ceremony for the Olympics? Well, they found a video of him 30 years ago saying something offensive to Jewish people. So they, as a community, have been successful in protecting their legacy and heritage. Not like us, who all kinds of people could just show up in the middle of our conversations and say, oh, get over it. That was in the past. There's no racism anymore. You need to stop dwelling on slavery. No, that should be a criminal offense. Because there are so many narratives, and I say in particular, many of the East Indian academics coming out of the university try to push that to stake a claim, well, slavery wasn't that bad, or we should get over it, or racism is over, and we're all one, and there's harmony and unity for everyone. Now, I have been working on that research for, well, basically since I've published Black Studies. And so when I saw on Emancipation Day, the statement from our Prime Minister, first of all, we were in the middle of the book sale at the 𝗹𝗲𝗀𝗃 Center. So I'm there signing books. People are coming because we were doing it in the office. So people were coming in basically 2 at a time into the office and, taking pictures and so on. And my phone is getting all these messages. And so I just got a chance to glance at it. And when I did actually read it, I thought it was offensive. And it is that thinking that those outside of our community have about our historical experiences. So I felt compelled to respond to it, not to personalize a response to him as a prime minister or an individual, but to generically address that issue. And I have a statement right here on my Facebook page. I'll read it, take less than a minute. So I said, so in his opening statement, of course, he said that, all people suffered some degree of slavery and that there was slavery in Africa before the Europeans got there. Now, the majority of his message was a good message, but that was at the beginning, and it set a very misleading tone. So I said, it is absolutely shameful, outrageous, and embarrassing for any black man. You see, again, it's not personal to him. I don't even know if he wrote the speech. Maybe some speechwriter wrote it who was someone like someone else, I don't know. For any black man on Emancipation Day to say that every people, every race has experienced some history of slavery. The enslavement that Africans endured was a dehumanizing, genocidal mass murder that involved arbitrary executions, torture, trauma, rape, and destruction of our families. This occurred over a 300-year period. No people, no other race, have ever experienced any process even close to this extreme brutality. Furthermore, the institutionalized racial hatred and oppression and intergenerational after effects of the Black Holocaust have had such far-reaching consequences that we still feel the impact of them today. Also, to say that on the African continent, slavery existed before the Europeans arrived is to trivialize, forgive, and excuse the evils perpetrated by the Europeans against us by comparing them to basic domestic servitude that existed in traditional societies. These are the kinds of statements that people who hate black people utter, and we cannot be spokespersons for our own enemies, enslavers, and colonizers. We must speak up for our people who are victims and not betray them by ignorant, insensitive statements. Now, there are those who will say, me saying this is dividing the country, and that we should not push that kind of consciousness. There's enough division in Trinidad and Tobago. So the Minister of National Security now attempted to facilitate an attack against me by putting that on and, basically condemning me for saying that. Now, I looked at my statement. My statement had almost 600 likes and 250 shares, which means that it struck a chord with a lot of people. The Minister of National Security statement trying to condemn me for saying this had 42 likes and 4 shares, where clearly his condemnation of me probably did not resonate with a lot of people. And then I feel vindicated by the fact that the Prime Minister removed the statement. He removed that, he deleted that paragraph from his emancipation statement, and I respect him for that. I salute him for that, for being mature enough to realize, I don't know if he saw my statement or whether someone else may have pointed it out to him, but the bottom line is he didn't try to justify it. He didn't try to excuse it. He would have seen the error in it and he changed it. My concern was, though, what about those people who defended the statement? So that is it. And, again, that is my position to anyone who holds that view. All right. Again, my focus was on the statement, that narrative that tries to trivialize and minimize the impact of the African Holocaust.
And so we have another guest.
Yeah. I'll hold on. So another person asks, right? So a person asks, Dr. Muhammad, is the PNM a black party?
Well, 𝗹𝗶𝘀𝗁𝘁𝗄 in his book Black Power said black visibility is not black power. the PNM party has black visibility. I mean, not when it comes to the power brokers assembling together, no. But in terms of, I mean, most of the members are of African descent. But, you know, in that same book by 𝗹𝗶𝘀𝗁𝗃 entitled Black Power, I often make the point, chapter 2 is entitled Black Power. So if you have a book called Black Power and chapter 2 is entitled Black Power, then what could chapter 1 possibly be entitled? And chapter 1 in the book Black Power is entitled White Power. And 𝗹𝗶𝘀𝗁𝗃 makes the point that you cannot have white power in a black community unless you have black politicians who represent white interests. I hope that answers the question.
Another person says, why are Indian people afraid of black economic environment?
But I think there's someone in this chat who's much more qualified to answer that than I am, but...
Oh boy. He got kicked out. All right. He got kicked out.
What was he to tonight?
It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. All right, we're gonna see if he's gonna come back in. All right,
Fireworks.
Well, listen, as I tell people, you see, you know, we have a long way to go. We have a really long way to go. Because if Mrs. 𝗵𝗶𝘀𝗵𝘆, the opposition leader, can make a certain statement, and when you have people, especially black people, who are trying to empower other black people, we have difficulties and we call that racism. That's not racism, right? And we can go back and look at, yes, come back in. We can look at 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗿𝘆 as an example. I never had a problem, and I can say this today, I never had a problem with 𝗧𝘂𝗲 fighting for his own people.
Nope.
Never ever did I have a problem with 𝗧𝘂𝗲, God rest his soul, fighting for his own people.
Brother Ansem,
yeah.
The thing is, even if you did, okay, even if you did have a problem with 𝗧𝘂𝗲 fighting for his own people, you would not go in a forum where 𝗧𝘂𝗲 is presenting his ideas to his people and use that as an opportunity to represent your ideas to distract his people away from his ideas.
So David, one minute. Susan, if you know me, Susan, I have said this publicly many times. I have said that. And I've said that because I, as an individual from 𝗪𝗪𝗃, I always say the statement, economic development, economic empowerment, economic inclusion, and access to capital for black people and black businesses, right? Because we are at the bottom of the barrel. And if we are at the bottom of the barrel and we are fighting for something, it doesn't mean to say if I'm pro cricket that I don't like baseball. It doesn't mean to say if I'm pro basketball I don't like cricket. I'm just pro basketball. That's me, I'm pro basketball. For example, I am pro track and field. I love track and field. That doesn't mean to say I don't like baseball. I will look at baseball, but that doesn't mean to say I don't like baseball. Yeah? I like baseball, but I'm pro track and field. And that's the thing we got to understand. Not because somebody is pro-black means to say they're anti-Indian. Right? And that's what we think about sometimes. Because a person is pro-black, they're anti-something else.
No, but Ansem, really, I mean, I say to us, we are the only people who have to justify and make excuses to ourselves and other races for why we love our race. We will never hear a Chinese person making excuses to other races as to why he loves his Chinese people or why he wants to see his Chinese people successful. You think you'll ever see a Syrian person on TV making excuses to other races about why he wants to see his Syrian people prosper? No, but for us as Africans, it's almost like we have to give an explanation and ask for forgiveness to simply support our own. And just like with the Black Lives Matter issue from last year, I put out a video. I recently opened a TikTok channel about 2 weeks ago. And I decided to post an old video which said, you know, why do we, African people, have to wait for a racist Syrian or a racist Chinese person or a racist white or a racist East Indian to say something racist, and then and only then do we start having a conversation about, hey, let's support a Black business. So because the Syrian that we're shopping with all the time said something racist on social media, we now, for the first time, have a conversation. But let's support a Black business now. But why wasn't that part of our culture, our natural narrative or pattern of, why wasn't that the case with us before? And again, it's as if we have to give these excuses and explanations to other races of people for us to give each other that kind of support. So that is wrong.
Well, let me just say this, okay? I hear you, Dr. Muhammad, and I want to say this to people, okay? If I am pro track and field, doesn't mean to say that I'm anti cricket. I just love track and field more. If somebody's pro Black, and I'm just saying this, doesn't mean to say the person is anti-Indian. You may not like what the person is about or what the person's agenda is, but they might not even be thinking about you, you know. So David, put back on your camera for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So David, what we do, right? You're not scared. What we do, right, Dr. Muhammad, is when we bring people in the village. If you had to send a message to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗆𝐿𝐼, what would be your message to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago?
I would say to him to consider historical justice for all. That I don't believe that people of African descent are asking for any special favors. I don't believe people of African descent are asking for anything extra or anything more than what we deserve. All I would ask for is that we are treated equally to other ethnic groups within the society. And in the same way that there have been those who have inordinately enjoyed mass privilege per capita, that should be equal across the board. So justice for all. Simple.
Well, Dr. Muhammad, let me say a special thank you for taking so much time here in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We appreciate, I personally appreciate you very much, Dr. Muhammad. You know, I listen to you all the time, you know, and I absolutely believe in economic empowerment, economic development, economic inclusion, and access to capital for Black people and businesses, and Black businesses in Trinidad, as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned. Any closing words?
Yeah, I thank you. And I hope we learn to lesson this evening about how we so easily permit distractions away from the issues that are important to us. How it is almost the norm among us to let our interests and our concerns be completely derailed for the psychological comfort of others. We have to stand with fortitude and resolve. 𝗹𝗶𝘀𝗁𝗁 said in Black Power, we need not apologize for having an agenda that empowers our people. And even though we may not verbally say, I am sorry, our actions and our speeches show us bowing down, asking for permission to be black. And those are shackles and chains that we have to break off in the 21st century.
Dr. Mohammed, I want to thank you so very kindly. And thank you for taking the time to join us.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother David. Thank you, Brother
Thank
David.
you.
Didn't get to talk much to you tonight, but maybe the next time we'll talk. I'll remind you of who I am, and Nesbitt, Brother Nesbitt. We spoke in depth in Arima at the point you were trying to. I haven't always contributed to your efforts, and we were looking at building a supermarket at that time.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That's a while back. We had a town hall meeting in Arima.
So are you outside of Trinidad now?
Yeah, I had to leave. I had some circumstances that came up, and I had to leave.
I understand.
So
yes, sir. All right. Well, I hope to see you again. Sometime soon. As we continue this work. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just say that those listening and interested could log on to www.blackagendaproject.com, where we have these books available and other material, and for more information.
Okay. Thank you so much, David.
Thank you. Thank you,
Brother David. Good night.
Okay, folks. That was listen.
Fire in the village.
I always say, right, when we come into the village, we keep it real. And Ron says, right, nothing wrong with empowerment of any race, but when you have to discredit other race in a process, then there's a problem. I don't think that Dr. Muhammad is trying to. I don't think Dr. Muhammad is trying to discredit any race. I don't think. Maybe I'm looking at it from a different perspective. I don't think he's trying to discredit any race. But I think when we start to talk about economic development, economic empowerment, and economic inclusion for black businesses, and black people, I think many times, people have problems with that. And you can't have problems with that. That doesn't say that the other people can't go and do what they have to do. They can do whatever they have to do in order to empower their people, and they're doing it. And they're getting their people empowered, right? I mean, listen, when I see the things happening in the PNM, and I see my communities of Laventille, right, not getting any economic development, no economic empowerment, no economic inclusion, right? I got to stand up for that. Right? And I'm still fighting. Nothing is happening, right? But I got to stay and fight that battle. Okay, I got to fight that battle.
Right.
Okay, let's bring in Sue Olive.
Yeah.
Sue, are you there? Hello?
I'm here.
Okay. We can't see you though.
She wants to stay in the dark for a minute.
Oh, she wants to stay in the dark?
No,
hit your camera.
Hit your camera. It's dark.
The camera is on.
No, we're not seeing you without. But I'm Tech, turn off your light or.
You want us to go out and come back in? You want to go out and come back in?
Facing front.
Yeah, facing.
Ulrich say, where is Gary?
Gary!
I don't see Gary. I don't know where. I don't know. Maybe he dropped out. I don't see. Let me see if he's backstage. private chat. Hold on. No, I don't see him backstage.
Oh Lord, Gary mad.
So I don't see him. We have to have thick skins. Because sometimes it's not.
But I noticed, right, Handsome, I'm telling you. You see how I carry myself? I worked in corporate America. And as a black woman carrying this image in corporate America, so no. So no, this image is a challenge to corporate America. They want you with straight hair, and and I this is me. This is my natural African self. So you don't have the straight hair, and then I'm not a petite girl. I'm an Oprah kind of girl. You understand? So corporate America, and a smart corporate America, they ain't ready for me, and I don't kiss anybody's posterior. They're not ready for me. So I know that's all what Dr. Muhammad is talking about. I don't belong to any clique. When I'm empowering myself by educating myself, by learning, taking extra classes, doing stuff. And I notice, and I'm telling you, this is what it is. Wherever I go in the world, and you talk about empowering Black people, it is an uncomfortable subject for people. It's very uncomfortable, and I don't know why. And there's a lot of, if you watch over the years, there's a lot of advertisements and stuff to teaching Black women to change the whole, to change their complexion, change their whole appearance, perm your hair, bleach your skin, all this stuff. Poison your mind. And I push back. Why am I bleaching my skin? Why put? But when I was younger, I was like, I get tired of it. I said, no, I'm not putting my hair no more. I'm an African woman. What you see is what you get. And if you are threatened by this, hey, that's your business. So what Dr. Muhammad is talking about is it's a whole thing. Yeah, it's an uncomfortable thing, because when you are awoke, when you are an awoke African person, you are a threat to the establishment and the majority here. Trust me when I tell you that.
Let me tell you something. Let me say something for the first time here on this program. I worked for the New York Stock Exchange for 23 years. And you know what some of my white colleagues used to tell me? They used to say, "And Sam, if you was only white, you might have been president of this corporation already." Let me repeat that. Some of my white colleagues used to tell me, some of them who just had a community college degree, and some of them were on the same level as me, not because they were more intelligent than me, not because they were brighter than me, right? Because of the color of their skin. I worked 23 years at the New York Stock Exchange, faced it for 23 years. No one knows the trouble I've seen. No one knows the trouble I've seen. Absolutely no one. I don't even talk that. In spite of all of that, I was very successful. Very successful. Right? But it was difficult. And it wasn't difficult because I couldn't do the job. It had nothing to do with the job. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Right? Most of it had to do with the color of my skin.
That's right.
That's all it had to do with. And I had a little accent. And that was it. That's what I faced. Right? And I faced that daily. And at the New York Stock Exchange, every single day before I started to work, I used to say 10 prayers. 10. 10 for 23 years. 10 prayers so I could survive. I wasn't surviving on my own. It wasn't just me alone. I needed help.
Let me tell you, in a big insurance company I was in, they refused to give me an insurance adjuster's position. Right? They leave me as a lead clerk on the floor. And I knew all the 12 desks, and I fill in wherever, whoever. who call out sick. I did my work plus 3 deaths sometimes, and they had me up for appraisal. And you know what? This stayed with me, and Slim. This, certain things stay with you. And my mouth sharp, And the manager said, Diana, you know why we're not going to promote you? So I look at him and I said, no, why? He said, because you don't smile a lot. And you know what was my response to him? I said, well, I didn't know all they hired me to advertise Pepsi then. Then you see where I went, right?
Yeah.
So he realized, I don't smile a lot. I mean, I don't kiss, I said I didn't know all they hired me to advertise Pepsi then. So it's always some reason, some not to hire the black Afro-toting sister. You get where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah. Sometimes we don't want to face up facts, but you don't know until you walk a mile in someone else's shoes. Let's bring in Sue. Hi, Sue.
See me now?
Yeah, we see you now. Welcome to In the Village with the DAG, Triplets, and WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us Diana.
Now, and Slim, Sue is a little nervous, right? So you have to take it slow with Sue, okay? Don't let me get the cocaine broom for you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, y'all be gentle with Sue. Sue is a special guest, and she's going to be telling her story of survival, right? And she is my special sunshine girl. And we met years ago on another forum, and I've stayed with her for a good 3, 4, 5 years now, Sue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and her story moved me, and I wanted to remain her friend. I wanted to be sure she's okay. So I just reach out to her and I send her a joke, or I sing to her. I send her my karaoke, I carry in my own key, but this is my special baby right here. So you all be nice to her. All right, Sue, you can go ahead. Tommy, this is Sue. Gary, if you're there, this is Sue. Anselm, this is Sue. Go ahead.
All right. I am the first of 3 children. I was born in 1966, and my parents. I grew up in a really comfortable, happy home. We didn't have everything. We were kind of, a little poor, but we had a lot of love. My dad was a gentle giant, a really sweet guy. And my mom was she was an introvert always. She was very shy. She always kept to herself. I went to Bishop Anstey High School. And I think that is where my trouble started. I couldn't learn anything. Although everybody was like, oh, you passed for bishops, and it was all nice and dandy, and I couldn't learn anything. I really struggled through secondary school, really struggled. And my parents were so disappointed in me because, term after term, form after form, I wouldn't bring home any results. And it took me years to realize why, because I found out why after. When I was in Form 5, getting ready to do exams, my principal told me, she said, you wasted our time. You wasted your teacher's time, you wasted my time, you wasted your parents' time, you're just a waste of time. And that hurt. It really did hurt, because I was not happy to be in school. I was bullied from Form 1 because I just looked different. I wore a half slip under my skirt because that's how my parents dressed me. My socks were, all the way up to my knees. I wore bows in my hair, and I was teased constantly because of it. I wore a vest under my shirt. And it was just like every day, somebody had something horrible to say to me now. And I started putting up like a defense, you know. I would just not, I would start to be like joking about everything. I would just joke around. So when the principal said that to me, I was like, okay, all right, cool, no problem. If that's how, you know, you feel about it, kind of thing. I didn't say that to her, but that's what I was saying to myself. And after secondary school, I went on to, well, I passed English language. So I did get one pass at least. And then my parents sent me to business school. And in business school, I was still struggling. I passed typing and stuff like that. So now, yeah, that helped me to get administrative positions. So I've always had administrative positions, you know, through my life. So it wasn't all bad, but it took me years to realize that I cannot sit and listen to lectures. I can't listen to sermons. I have a really short attention span. And the teachers didn't take time to try to figure that out. Maybe because back then that wasn't part of their you know, teaching, their skills, whatever. But they didn't take time to figure that out. And my parents, well, back in those days, that was nothing. So it was just like I was playing the fool right through. When in fact I couldn't study. I didn't know how to study. You know, so that was part of my big problem. Then when I left school, I went to work at a special school as an assistant teacher. And I was doing really well there, and they told me if I wanted to stay, if I wanted to become permanent, I would have to go and do, you know, get more subjects. And they would make me permanent. That was failure because I tried for about 3 months and I say, here what? I'm not gonna waste daddy money anymore. It's not making any sense because I just can't study. Can't sit down and read and try to, no, that it just wasn't happening. So my parents, daddy again, was so disappointed, and I used to feel bad every time I disappointed him because he was such a sweetheart. And so then I met, while working, while teaching, I met this guy. And I thought we had hit it off really well. Turned out he was a creep. He took me home to meet his parents and his sisters. I never went anywhere. I grew up very sheltered. My parents, daddy used to make sure and drop us and pick us up wherever, choir practice, wherever. And so I was just clueless, 20 years old and clueless. So when I met this guy, he said, well, we used to chat all the time and thing, and I thought we were good friends. And then he said, come and meet my mom and my sisters. They would really like you. And when I got to the house, there was nobody there. So I don't have to tell you the rest. When his mom got home, I was a mess, crying, sitting in a little corner shaking, because I suppose that was what he took me there for. And his mom said, oh my gosh, you're a nice girl. I can't let him do this to you. No, he always doing this nonsense. He will have to marry you. I can't just, you know, leave you so. Well, I didn't go back home. I didn't go back home. I couldn't go back home because I used to sleep next to my sister. I felt dirty. I felt, you know, horrible about myself. I never told my parents what happened to me because I blamed myself because I had no right to leave with him to go to visit his house. So I stayed with his mom, and everybody in the house treated me like dirt, except for his mom. She was really nice to me. I stayed there for about a year. He moved out and he left me there with her. And then I went to work in a home for old people, an age home for the aged. I basically ran the home. I was going on 21 at the time. Basically ran the home. The home was not making any money. The rent was just about as much as money as the woman was collecting. So I was like the sole staff. I was the staff. So I would cook, I would clean up after the residents, I would cook for them. I lived there. So I was on call 24 hours. We had no gloves, nothing to put on the beds. So I used to have to, sometimes when I got up in the morning and I opened that room, there were 2 old ladies in one room. When I opened that room, it was just, this would greet me, this smell of urine and feces. So they have no Pampers. So they would just do everything there. And I would take them up, lift them, put them in a chair, sponge them down, pick up the sheets, go outside, put it to soak. I have no gloves, put it to soak, and give them breakfast. There were 2 gentlemen there too, but they could have helped themselves. And I used to go outside after breakfast and wash those sheets and stuff with my bare hands, wash them, hang them out on the line to dry. I did that. People used to come to the home when they come to visit their loved ones, and so they would say, well, you have so much blessings to get. And I was so young and just so happy about everything. I used to be smiling and happy about everything. I was never down, never depressed, never. I was just so always happy, bubbly. And everybody was good. I loved everybody. And then I left the home and I went back to my parents' house. But my parents knew that I was living with somebody. I didn't let them know what had happened initially, why I had left home. I didn't let them know anything. I put it all on myself, and I was like, oh, well, I just needed to be independent and I needed my own space, and I left, So they resented me for hurting them like that. And although Daddy tried to be normal, Mommy held on to it, and the hurt was just so much for her, like we were so tight, that our family, we were just so tight that when I did that, they lost trust. They would just hurt. So anyway, I decided I wasn't going to stay there long. I got a job and I wanted to, move on. And then I met my husband, my ex-husband. I met him where I went to work. And we dated for a few months. He was nice, very charming, well-spoken, always well-dressed, always smelled nice. And we started dating and stuff like that. And then he proposed. And I was like, yay, I'm getting married. I was just so happy to get married. I was so happy to know that somebody actually liked me enough to marry me. I was that naive. I was that dumb. I always call myself dumb because of that one decision that I made. I was so in love with the world and the sunshine and the trees and people, and everybody was so beautiful to me. And I was so happy that somebody actually liked me. I was like, seriously? After that first guy treated me so badly, I was happy to know that somebody found me, attractive enough to get married to, personality-wise, appearance-wise. So I got married. I said yes. And that was the start it was just the worst, 18 years of the worst. he left his job after we got married. About a couple weeks after, maybe about 2 weeks after the wedding, he quit his job. And I was still working. I got another job as a waitress. And I would work. And I had a miscarriage. I remember having a miscarriage like in the first few months. And I sent him to collect my salary. I didn't know that I wouldn't see the salary where it passed. He even forgot that I was in the hospital. I had to leave the hospital on my own to go home. The nurse gave me money to travel home when I got discharged. And that was the beginning of it. It was just starvation. Some days we would eat mangoes off the tree, green mangoes he would pick and stew them, and we would eat that for breakfast. That would be lunch. It would be dinner. That would go on for days. Sometimes my parents would pass with groceries, and he was just comfortable to know that, okay, I'm not going out there to work. No. And I would be working all the time. And the first time he ever hit me was I was pregnant with my second child. It was the early stages of the pregnancy.
So we want you to hold it right there. Hold it right there, right? We're gonna go for a quick station identification. We're gonna go for a quick station identification. Stay right there. Don't go nowhere. Of course, we have with us in the village tonight. One of our people that's actually from the chat. That's 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝘆. She's with us tonight, and we allow people to come in and tell their story. And she's basically telling our story tonight. And we right here for you, Sue. And we want you to be strong, stay strong. And we are all here for you. We're going to go for a quick station identification and we'll be right back. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM. The most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey. The most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Okay, we are back with you. It's In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's 7 to 9 p.m. So, Sue, we want you to continue.
Yeah, so the first time he hit me, I was just in my early stages of pregnancy with my second child. That was the first time he hit me. That was like a year and about a year into the marriage. Mm-hmm. And he punched me in my face because I can't remember what the conversation was about, but he and when he did it, I don't know where the vomit came from. As soon as he hit me, I just threw up in my lap. And he looked at me and he walked away. And I felt this fear, I was like, what just happened? He hit me, my dad used to hit me all the time because he used to say I had a hot mouth. But I didn't know husbands used to hit wives. That didn't make sense at all. I didn't know men used to hit women. And so that was the first time. And after that, it was just abuse. I can't say he was a womanizer. I never really had that problem with him. I never had issues like that, but he used to come home, he used to drink. And anytime he drank, he would come home and behave erratic. He would accuse me of having relationships. He would accuse me, he would get a driver for me to take the children to school and accuse me of being with the driver. There was one time when, I was a singer, and all through school, I was in the choir. music festivals. I used to sing. I sang for the president once, one of those presidents. I used to sing all over the place. I used to sing at concerts on my job. And he was always boasting and telling people, oh, my wife could sing, my wife could sing. So one day he met one of the Boothman brothers, and he started talking to him, and my wife could sing. And so the guy said, well, okay, I just wrote a song and I would like her to perform it at the Caribbean Song Festival. If she's good, let her do a demo for me. And I did the demo. And he was like, okay, well, I like her voice, so we could work on the song. And so, I mean, if somebody's writing a song for you, he had to write it to suit my voice, put the music to suit my voice and whatever. So, and you know, these artists, some of them could be a little eccentric. So whenever he came up with an idea, he would message, or he would call me, because we didn't have cell phones back then. He used to call on the house phone, and he'll call. So sometimes it might be after 9, 10 in the night, but he'll just call. Listen, I have this idea. Here it is. Listen to this. And I'll be there sitting on the floor with the phone, and I'll be listening and so on. And one day he looked at me and he said, like he wanted you or something. I was like, what? He said, yeah, like he wanted you, interested in you or something. I'll fix him. I hear what? I don't want no communication with him and you and him anymore. I said, but you got me this gig. You organized this. Well, I'm unorganizing it. I don't want you all talking. I don't want all these late phone calls. No, I'm done with this. So he went and he spoke to the guy, and they gave it to somebody else to sing. And that person won that music festival that year. I think that was Roy and Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she won the song festival that year. And when she won, I told him, I said, you know, the song won. And he was like, yeah, but you wouldn't have make it win. That song, your voice wasn't compatible. I said, okay. Then my music teacher from Bishop, she had called and asked if I could come back to sing with the choir. I had my son. He was a year. And he asked me to come back and sing. And he said, I went to 2 practices. And she would drop me back home because it was on her way. And he said, no, you're being out late. And Friday night is my Lyman night, and Friday night can't be your choir night. So you have to stay home with the child. No more choir for you. I was like, okay. And, that went on like that. We would move from place to place because he would never pay rent. And there was a time when people actually believed that he and I were a team. We would move into somebody's apartment and not pay rent. And somebody told me that because he was originally from St. James, and we used to be moving around St. James. So somebody said, there's talk that you and your husband are a team, you're doing this, renting places and not paying the rent. And I was like, what? Nobody knows what I have to go through. If I don't feed the children and make sure they get to school, then that wouldn't happen. So I'm making a sacrifice. He has to be responsible for the rent. And there were times when he would tell me for months, I paid it. Where's the receipt? She didn't have, she was busy. She didn't write it up, but she told me, oh, don't worry. I'll give you the receipt after. That same lady would come afterwards, meet me in the road and curse me out because you're doing nonsense. I want my rent money. People would call me. One woman called me. She said, your husband, I gave him money to buy material because he's a contractor. I gave him money to buy materials and he never showed up with the material. And I don't know where the money is. I said, well, when I get paid, at the end of the week, I'll bring the money for you. And I had to be doing this. And he would just get drunk and come home to hit. I get beat up with shoes, and he didn't used to hit me where people could see. I had no marks, no marks. He used to tell me, "I'll beat you in your head because it don't leave marks. I'll beat you in your head." And there was one time I remember my dad took me to get a CT scan or something because I used to have these migraines, terrible, terrible migraines all the time. And one time he came home drunk and he said, why my friend daughter had to send painkillers for you? Why are you trying to embarrass me? I said, she called me and asked me if I would come and line with you all because you were there, and she asked me if I would bring the children across and come and line with you all, and I told her no because I'm not feeling well. I have a migraine. He said, "You're looking for sympathy or something?" So she's sending painkillers for you. He said, "You know what? She sent for you a pair of shoes." And I don't know why she's sending shoes for you, like you're begging for shoes. I said, I didn't even know she sent shoes for me. I didn't ask for any shoes. He pulled out a pair of shoes and he hit me one shoe heel in my head. And, the next day he would be like, nothing ever happened. Because I don't know if he used to black out or what when, for him to do these things. And the worst that I ever experienced with him was one night he came home and I was asleep and he woke me up, get up, drink this. So when I looked up, it was a beer. I said, I don't want a beer, it's cold, and I was sleeping. I said to drink it. I said, no, I can't, I don't want to drink it. He said, "You know what, I'm sick of you, fed up of you. I don't want you no more. You're a waste of time. I should have get married to an Indian. At least they could cook. And they could manage their money." He said, "I'll waste my time with you." Now, my theory is that he got married to me because he thought my parents had money. I just get that feeling. He came home, he saw a nice big house, and he thought they had money. And he used to tell everybody, "My wife white, she white, And I was like, what is the purpose of you telling people these things? But afterwards, it took me a long time to try to figure him out, because I kept trying to figure him out, even though I pretended like, I was just taking all the abuse. I was just taking it. I would just cry. Sometimes I'll run home to my parents. But so that night, he told me, "Come, get up out of that bed and come. Get up. I'm going to kill you tonight. Tonight I'm going to kill you." And I got out of the bed. And I was scared of him, I was terrified of him. I was never so afraid of anybody in my entire life. Whenever he got angry, and that's coming down to the end, before I left him, he got worse and worse and worse. Like he couldn't contain himself with the alcohol. Like he had reached a limit where he couldn't, after a certain amount, he would just triple. And he used to, I used to be so afraid, because he would force me to, "Don't move. If you move, I'll cuff you down. I'll break your teeth." He did break some of my teeth, but so I was afraid of him. So that night, he said, "Come, get up, go, walk, start a walk, pick up the cutlass." He said, "I'm going to chop you up in front of the police station. Just keep walking." So there I am walking in my 90 through St. James, and it wasn't wasn't a little cotton nightie, you know. It was a nightie I had got from a mommy, a kind of a little chiffony looking thing with a little inner piece. And so it very nighty-ish. And I'm walking through St. James, coming down through Kandahar Hill, coming down, walking in my nightie. And he there with his cutlass. Every time I stop, he hitting me with the cutlass. Walk, just walking, just keep walking. He said, as soon as we reach the police station, I'll chop you up. Let him lock me up. I don't care anymore because I hate you. So when we got like to the back along Circular Mall down there, he called out to somebody in a house. And the man waved out to him and say, hey, what you doing out this hour? Because it was like close to midnight. What you doing out this hour? Come and take a drink with me, man. So he had drink, so he got excited. So he went up to the porch and he told me, he went back and he said, if you say a word out of the ordinary, I'll kill you right here. I'll chop you up. So the man was like, he didn't even paying attention to what was going on, but his wife was looking at me. She was looking from him to me, from him to me. And the man, you know, they're drinking, they're pouring the drinks and things. So he turned around and he looked at me and he said, go home. When I finish here, I'll come and deal with you. I got up. I didn't wait for another word. I got up and I started to walk. And as soon as I was out of sight, I ran and ran and ran and ran until I got back to my house. I just changed my clothes quick and I ran right back down the road in the opposite direction though, towards 𝗪𝗪𝘆. And I got a taxi to take me to my parents' house. And it was from there I decided, I started to develop this hatred for him. It was a hatred. But I had no means of getting away. And that is what, there are times when I would be on Facebook talking to women, like I joined a couple groups where, women deal with domestic violence and so on. They would come in anonymously and talk about their experiences and so on. And I always get in, I can't help it. I can't help it. I always get in the conversations to try to tell them, and you could understand. A lot of people don't understand why women, women is be in those groups bashing women.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why you staying? You're getting licks, or you like licks. How you could like licks?
Mm-hmm.
Who like licks?
Mm-hmm.
I was terrified of the man that I was married to, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he was sober, he was the nicest person. And when he was drunk, he was a maniac. I didn't have broken bones. I did not have visible bruises. But I have a lifetime of migraines because I was always beaten in my head. The only mark I had gotten in my face from him, he would slap me around the ear, but nothing to leave any. I went to work with a couple black and blues already, yeah, but nothing, no cuts. And the only cut I ever got was the night he broke a plate on my face. And he split my forehead right straight down the middle here because he came home drunk, and usually when he comes home, he would go and bathe, and then he would ask for his food. So he had his bath, and I gave him the plate of food, and the neighbor downstairs had sprayed her apartment, and the cockroaches started coming upstairs. So I know with this tin of spray, because I was just as scared of cockroaches as I was scared of him. And I sprayed the cockroaches. But I know he eaten, so there was this one roach that just came and was crawling around on the floor. So I stooped down and I was spraying the roach. And he looked at me and he said, what you doing? I said, I don't want this roach to get inside, because we were on the porch. And he said, no, you're trying to poison me. You're trying to poison me because you don't want, you have an next man. Why are you trying to poison me? You have an next man. I said, I'm not trying to poison you. Look at where I am with this tin of spray right down on the floor here. And he decided now that I should eat the plate of food. So he handed it to me and told me to eat it. I said, I don't want to eat it. I had dinner. I was full. I didn't want to eat any food. Eat it. And he's standing over me. Eat it. Eat it. And when he realized I'm not eating it, he said, oh, you poison it. And the curse words. You see the cursing? I couldn't take the cursing either, you know. Because I never heard cursing in my parents' house. And I never used those curse words. I used to feel offended when he cursed me. And he would curse and curse. And I hold in the plate. He gave me the plate to hold and I hold in the plate. And he hit the bottom of the plate so hard. It fly up. Is when I see the blood running down. Then I realized, well, okay, I get hit really hard. And then he went and he got tissue and he come. You see what you make me do? You see what you make me do to you? And I tell women in those forums all the time, always have a plan if you have nowhere to go. Because I had nowhere to go. I burdened my parents a couple times and it was a burden on them. So I used to go back. You will feel like you have nowhere to go. You don't want to burden family members. So you have to have a plan. I didn't have a plan. I was working for something like $300 a week or $350 a week or something like that. I couldn't pay rent. But women have to have a plan. The first time you see, he raised his hand the first time, or the first set of narcissistic behavior, start to formulate a plan. Because you have to get out. It doesn't stop. It doesn't change. Right? I lived with it for 18 years. 18 years. And I have been attending the psychiatric outpatient clinic for 24 years. Because I couldn't live with myself. I didn't know how to cope. I was the worst person in the world to me. I wasn't worth anything. To me, I was a bad wife. I was a bad mother. I was a bad daughter. I was a disappointment. All of that. I just had all these thoughts in my head. And to this very day, I am on medication for depression and anxiety. All because I didn't have a plan. I had nowhere to go. You know? And that is why I spend so much time talking to other women. Because I feel hurt and sad when I hear about women going through these things, dying at the hands of men. I was lucky. My dad always used to say he wouldn't kill you. He wouldn't kill you. He's a coward. He wouldn't kill you. He don't want to go to jail. He liked himself too much to go and sit in a jail for men to rough him up. So he would never kill you. But
So what finally made you decide that you had enough? What was the last straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak?
When my son was tall enough to tell me, Mommy, I will kill him. That is when I said, no, I can't allow my son to try to save me and lose his own life. Because if he did anything to him and it didn't turn out right, he would have ended up in jail. So at that point, we were living in I call it the cardboard house, renting an apartment on a hill. It was like one room, and the landlord had separated it into 3 rooms using cardboard, fridge box, stove box, and I was losing everything bit by bit, you know, towels, bed sheets, curtains, all these things couldn't fit in the room. They were outside in the yard. The landlord said, don't worry, they're secure. When I did pick up with them, is because everything was mildew and falling apart. As if I touched something, it shredding out. I started feeling like I was losing my mind. And I had a friend who, over the years, we just kept talking about my living conditions, my abuse. And he was a childhood friend. He said, listen, I'm coming to Trinidad and you're going to get out of there. He came and he rented a small house for me. And I took the children. I left all my furniture because my son decided to stay. I took the girls. My son was old enough. He said, Mom, I will stay. I said, you staying with him? He said, yeah, I'll stay with him. If you're not here, I won't have to kill him. So I'll stay with him. So my son stayed. So I left everything with him. I said, well, I will make sure you're comfortable. And the girls and I went. I got a bed for them, and I slept on a mattress on the floor, a sponge, a kind of a thing on the floor. And I started building myself from there. 2 spoons, 2 plates, 2 cups. And I started going from there. And then the rent was a little bit much, and I moved into a smaller place in Belmont. Well, a cheaper place. It wasn't smaller. A nice little comfortable house, a cheaper rent. And in 2012, that burned down. And I lost everything to start over again. And from where I came from, when I left him with all my furniture and all my appliances and everything, I had done so well for myself. And then to come and lose everything. And I went to HTC to try to, you know, the counselor came and he was like, you know, okay, you'll go to HTC, we'll give you 5 letters, the fire department will do up letters for you, and you'll go and you'll get somewhere. That was 2012. Got nowhere.
But soon,
yeah.
So, without going into too much detail, mention talk about the repetition that occurred with one of your daughters.
My daughter, my eldest daughter, she was always started giving a lot of trouble at around 12, 13. Well, about 14, 15 years. I think that was during the time of the separation. She started giving a lot of trouble then. And by the time the house had burned, she was having her second child when the house burned. And because the family had separated, she started acting up really bad, drinking. So she and the baby daddy, they didn't like they couldn't make it. She had moved in with him after when the house burned, because my mom could have only taken just a couple of us. So the baby daddy said he would have taken her. But she was really attached to me, and she started acting out. She was in her late teens, and he ended up putting her out, and she started sleeping all over the place in the amphitheater. She was just drunk and get drunk, sleep anywhere. And well, now she's just a full-fledged alcoholic. I took her to rehab. I tried to get her in rehab up at Quora, and when the psychiatrist was talking to her, he was asking her questions about her childhood and so. And he asked her how she started drinking. And she said Daddy used to come home with beers. He would come with a cold beer. He would always come with a cold beer and put it in the fridge. And I would drink it. That's what she told the psychiatrist. She said I would drink it. So I was like, what? She looked at me, she said, yes, mommy. She said, so you used to think that he would finish the beer and leave the empty bottle on the ground? She said, I was the one drinking the beers and leaving the bottle on the ground. And he asked her how she started smoking cigarettes and all of that. And she said she used to pick up her father's cigarette butts when he threw them outside. When he threw them outside and he come inside, she would go outside, pick up the cigarette butts and smoke them out. My son used to do it too when he was smaller. I had no idea that that's what they were doing. And so she is an alcoholic. He had when she was about 8 or 9 years old, she was acting out at school, and she wrote a poem or a story or something, and the teacher read it and asked her what happened, why you wrote this. She said, because my daddy keep beating my mommy, and I have to always hide my mommy from him, because whenever he started to hit me, I would run into their room. She would be sitting up listening a lot of the times. And she would tell me, get under the bed, mommy, get under the bed. And she would pull the sheet down down to the floor. So I would be under the bed, and she would just be lying there pretending she's sleeping. So he would pass that room and go all outside looking for me, and then figure out run away, and he would go in his bed and sleep. So she told the teacher that she used to have to hide mommy. And the teacher went and spoke to the principal. he was working at the school at the time. And the principal went, they called somebody from the ministry, whoever would come and intervene in these cases and whatever. And they spoke to him. When he came home, he told me, he said, and she and him were really close, eh? She and him were really close. And when he came home that evening, he said, I don't want anything to do with that little girl again, eh? And I was like, why? So she went and she tell them a sort of lies in school. And he stopped talking to her. He had no conversation with her after that. She was about 9. And I think that is what started her acting out.
And did you is she not end up with an abusive partner also?
Yeah. She met this guy that would just beat her anywhere. Anywhere he would beat her. Because she drinks, she would always be lying by the bar. And he would be there too with her, watching her, monitoring her. And when he figured she had enough, he would try to get her to go home. She would probably tell him no, he would beat her. Right there in front of the bar. He would beat her all the way home. Every time she tried to leave, I went a lot of times with police to get her away from him. But the minute he see her anywhere, he would drag her by her hair straight up the road. She was always she's very good looking girl, but she's so scarred up. She has scars all over. And when I say from her head to her toes, I literally mean from her head to her toes. Because she get dragged through gravel, through the road. She just scarred up all over. But she's such a loving girl with a good heart. I just wish she would, just go to the rehab and get the help.
So what about your son? How is your son doing? How is your son doing?
My son he's a really sweet, gentle guy. Real mommy struck. He just has a son 2 years old, and when that child was born, he would call me sometimes, and I would hear in his voice like he want to cry. Mommy, I don't want to be that father that daddy was. I just want to be different. I just want to be different. Help me now. Tell me what to do, mommy. I just want to be different. I don't want to be like daddy. I don't want to turn out like him. I don't want to be that kind of father. And I talked him through the first couple months, I told him, you're not going to be like that. That is not you. That's not who you are. You're different. You have a lot of love in your heart, and you're going to be a great dad. So don't worry about it at all. It will come naturally. And he's doing so good. He adores the little boy. He works hard to make sure the child has what he needs. And he constantly tells the child, "Daddy love you, Daddy love you, Daddy love you. You're so special to Daddy." And because he didn't hear those things from his own father, so. But he's a really good boy.
I think Carissa's how old is she? Is Carissa? Are you asking Sue, or are you asking how old is your daughter? I mean, this is a question from the chat. So what's that?
Sam she'll be 30 years old this year.
Okay.
And I want to address a statement made by 𝗲𝗋𝗋 in the chat here about talking your business. It will be all over. 𝗲𝗋𝗋, I wrote a novel, and it's all over the world, talking about any sort of abuse that you've endured. You are empowering and motivating others to speak up. And the more you talk about what you've been through, the better you heal. So 𝗲𝗋𝗋, your statement ain't worth a penny in the bucket.
I'll tell you
Go ahead.
something. Let me just explain. My psychiatrist, she told me one time, she said, listen, if you keep all of this inside of you, you'll never heal.
Thank you.
Correct. Correct is right.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And she said, tell anybody about it. Tell anybody. She said, if you feel to stop somebody on the side of the road and say, listen, I'm being abused, you do that. You do that. As long as it will make you feel better. You keep these things to yourself. A lot of women come out now. We have been talking about it. There's a group called Women Safety and Empowerment, I think. And a lot of those women talk about their situations. It is not a shameful thing, I don't care, I don't care.
Talk, Sue.
Right?
Talk.
I made a wrong choice. I chose the wrong man to father my children. And if I could prevent one young woman from making that same mistake, I would feel good. Right? If I could prevent one young woman by telling her that I saw signs before I got married to him that I ignored, and you have to look for signs too, and that could save her from being a victim of domestic violence, then I don't care. This is not the first time I'm telling this story. Diana knows. Right?
And why go ahead, Sue. Go ahead.
If I had the patience, because I really don't have the patience, if I had the patience, I would write a book.
And
you know what,
yeah.
Diana, we could put her in contact with that young lady from Tobago, and they could collaborate, and that person could be a ghostwriter for her, and she could write that book.
Yep.
Telling your story. Diana, we should try and hook that up.
Yes. And why I tell my story is because children are abused every day. It's still going on. And I try to tell people, stop abusing your children. Children didn't ask to come here. When all they get vexed, and all they have all their bad moods, walk away or send the child by somebody, because you're not supposed to abuse children. And you men, you're supposed to support your children financially. That is, I am singing that song. I'm singing it. And Sue is talking her story, as an abused wife. You stop it. You don't.
And Diana, that's a good point, because 𝗂𝗄𝐿 says maybe these stories can make us think differently if we're seeing someone who's being abused. So we never know. It could be someone in this chat. There could be a man in this chat who might be abusing his wife, or might be abusing his girlfriend, or might be doing some abuse, and this might be therapy for that person. It only takes one person, It only takes one person sometimes, just one. Right? And this could be therapy for them to say, you know what? I have to stop I have to stop my ways. I have to stop my dirty, nasty ways.
And it is documented in the Black community. We treat mental illness, we treat domestic violence, we treat child abuse and all those things, or we sweep it under the rug. No. Don't talk about that. No, we don't talk about that. But you will run to the dentist and get your teeth fixed. You'll run to the doctor to check your pressure. You'll run to the doctor to check out your cholesterol. But you're not going to run to the doctor because you have you're not feeling well. You have a mental disease. You have your anxiety, depression. When you're suffering from anxiety and depression as a result of the abuse that you endured, it is not your fault. Speak up and get help so that you can thrive in the world. That is what you do. Don't sweep it under the rug. Oh, it's
And
you.
not,
Oh, don't deal with
you know,
her. She's not well. Oh, go ahead, Sis.
what a lot of women don't realize is when your children have low self-esteem, they tend to fall for any sob story a man will come with.
Thank you.
Right?
All woman. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
When you see your children, now, I don't know why I had low self-esteem. I don't know. My parents were, my dad was, well, they were really good parents. I don't know if it was from the bullying in school, right? I don't know if that caused it because I really endured some bullying in secondary school. So I don't know. I know I used to feel really cut up about all the things they used to say about me. I was called a lesbian at one time in Form 1. I didn't even know what it was. I had to go in the dictionary and look it up because it was a girls' school, for heaven's sake, and I was just so affectionate and whatever, yes. But women you have to always let your children know that they could turn to you, they could come to you, they're beautiful, they're bright, they're
So,
worthy.
No, Tommy wants to
so,
say something.
so what's the status of your abuser today?
He remarried.
What?
Yeah, he remarried. He seems happily married. His wife, she's not an Indian, but she takes really good care of him. He didn't even know. He told me I shouldn't be an Indian because whatever. But
Is
she
he still abusing alcohol?
yeah, he still is.
Well, she gained
Wow.
some licks.
I don't know. I can't say.
Come on,
I
Sue.
know
She getting some. She getting some licks.
she treats him really well. She treats him really well. He looks really good. She dresses him up really nice. She takes really good care of him. He living in a nice big house. And he did say that, he told somebody that Suzanne's still catching her tail. She's still, she by
Why?
herself,
Because of he.
But I work when I could. I have, well, that I got diagnosed with lupus in 2019.
Sorry.
So
Sorry to hear.
it is a struggle. It is a struggle, a daily struggle to try to work. I live in pain 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And although I take the medication is actually what is keeping me, functioning. Because I take the hydroxychloroquine and it has me functioning at a level where I could still go to work and come back home.
So
But,
how are you dealing? How are you dealing with COVID-19? Since I hear hydroxychloroquine, how are you dealing with COVID-19? Have you been vaccinated or no?
Yes, I am fully vaccinated. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
COVID. I take care of myself. I mean, I wear my mask, I sanitize, but COVID is the least of my problems. I am not afraid of it. Okay. I am not afraid. I am not afraid of. I don't want to die like that. I don't want to die suffocating, seriously. But I have a lot more pressing things going on in my mind. And I don't take on that COVID thing at all. As long as I follow protocol, if I add that to the things that I worry about on a daily basis, I will just get more sick.
So Sue, what's next for you? What do you see on the horizon for 𝗬𝗂𝗏? What do you see on the horizon for you?
I have never. I had stopped. I needed to understand this. Not many people understand what I'm about to say. Depression and anxiety has stopped me from looking forward to anything. I stopped being happy years ago. Stopped trying to be happy. Stopped looking at things that I could laugh at. I lost the zeal to sing. I don't look forward to anything. I don't see a future. It might sound negative and people could bash me if they want to. But I just see today.
Have you ever read the book The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale?
No.
So this was it. I'll send Diana an ebook. There's an ebook you read. I think in your spare time, or you know what? I can send you the thing on YouTube. It's also on YouTube, and you can listen to it on YouTube. I think in your spare time, it would be a good idea that spend maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes just listening to The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. I think it's gonna help. I think it's gonna help. I think it's really gonna help. The Power of Positive Thinking. Diana, remind me. I'm gonna send you the YouTube link, and you can just send it to Sue. And in your spare time, whenever you have any quiet moment, like what I do is that I go to YouTube and I listen to certain motivational speakers that help me on a daily basis, go through. And you have gone through so much, right? That I think these little things can have, I think, drastic effect, on just a day-to-day outlook, and I think can really help.
Ray, what is wrong with you? You crazy?
You worrying about them? I just watching them comments, and I just let them go by. So what we want you to do, right? We want you to try to keep the outlook as positive as possible. It's not easy. No one knows what you are going through. No one knows, right? But we want you to try to see how, on a daily basis, to try to turn some of these negatives into positive as much as possible. Because you are still here with us. That's very important. And the things you have gone through, 18 years. I mean, 18 years is a lot. So that's almost 2 decades, right? But you have survived, and you are still here. So, the only thing I can say is, continue to look forward, and I think the book, The Power of Positive Thinking, can really help you, into try. Yeah, of course. It's not easy to turn negative into positive, but once you start trying to do it, it become like another second job, and it's not bad, when you're trying to turn negative things into positive. Sometimes it's really it could be a good job. It's not easy, but it could be a good job. So I like to say that, I mean, it's really a pleasure that you could actually come and send your story. Maybe it'd be a good thing that you might have a story, you might have a message you want to send to the Prime Minister about people like you that are going through these type of things. Maybe you might want to send a message to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗍𝗆.
I think there are not enough there isn't enough support for victims of domestic violence. You know, you'll somebody might tell you, okay, call this place, call that place, and you wouldn't get a response fast enough. You know, they have some of the police stations now have a section where you could, like, for domestic violence, where you could report it. But recently I had a girlfriend who she called and they kept running her around. There is not enough support. And it's only when a woman dies at the hands of an abuser, then we get all, you know, vamped up and we start to make a sort of noise, and then it will die down again. You know, they have to have measures in place. It's not a matter of, okay, is husband and wife business, we can't get involved. Things need to be done. Things need to be put in place. We need to have more shelters, places where women could run with their children, comfortable places, because I have heard some stories about some of these places. They're not fit for women. They're not fit for a woman to run to with a child. They don't even keep you long enough. I think some of these places keep women about 3 or 4 days or something like that. Something needs to be done. And if I had to talk to the Prime Minister, if I had to tell him something, I'll tell him that.
So, folks, I want to say, Sue, I want to say to you, thank you for being so brave and coming here and talking with us. We really appreciate that. You know, we want you to keep going forward, keep on keeping on, and you know, the power of positive thinking by Norman Vincent Peale can help you on a daily basis. And like when you're going through certain things, you can maybe listen to a part of that audio, you know, and I think that will be, you know, help, because the power of positive thinking, you know, has a lot to do with the Bible too as well. It's a lot from the Bible. You know, people think it's just, you know, people say the power of positive thinking is just like mush, you know, it's like mush, but you know, I think it can really help. So any closing words before you go?
Yes. To all the people that, you know, will bash me for talking about my business, I have never gossiped about anybody. I don't talk people business. I have never had a confrontation with anybody about talking their business. Like, if I have to talk about anything, it would be my business. So I would prefer to be in that category where, okay, I'm talking about business than to be called a gossip and talking about other people's business. But that's more healthy, I think.
Well, Sue, we thank you so very kindly, and we want you to stay as positive as possible, you know, and of course, Diana is going to continue to reach out to you, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Good night.
Okay, thank you so
welcome.
much, Sue. All right.
Good luck,
Okay,
Sue.
good night. Okay.
Yeah. So, folks, there you have it. This was a long one. You know, this was a long one.
I'm seeing some stuff here. They're talking about what they want to hear the man's perspective, and he's remarried, and she says he's doing good. Appears to be doing good. We don't know that. We don't know that. He's still drinking. Now, who can be doing well and still abusing alcohol? Hello? If you're abusing alcohol, how can you be doing well? Come on. What are you all sitting on your brains? Don't get these storms started up here now, you know.
Tell him.
Don't go. I had the coquille broom right next door here, you know. Especially you, Ron. You have your grip pack. Go and get your grip. Go and get your grip. I come in
But
for you now. I send in a taxi for you.
But Ron, people was saying, Ron, that someone in your family passed away. Is that true? Ron, we just checked it. Did someone in your family pass away? Because all of us were sending condolences to you and your family. We just want to double check that statement. All right, put that in the chat, Ron. Is that true?
I was really pouting face.
Rowley said, I don't want to hear the man's perspective. All I want to hear is the man get one swift, quick, where it hurts. Yeah, I agree with that.
He said
Ron,
yes. Ron said yes, his brother. Ron, my condolences. Go ahead.
Ron, I guess we wish you all condolences here. And it seemed like we hope that, God bless you. God bless your whole family. Wish you and your family condolences. And we want you to keep praying and wish you and your family all the best.
But still go and get your grip.
Yeah, but Diana still get the broom for you.
Go and get your grip. No, tell him go and get the grip.
Grip? Now you don't have no grip.
No, I wanted to get a grip. When he get a grip, he ain't coming back.
Yeah. Let me see what he say. I bet he has something to say. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy, Lana, boy. Sue's story make me cry too, boy. I ain't gonna lie, yo. Ron said he was 59. Still waiting for the autopsy result. Okay. All right.
All right, Ron. I will ease up on you tonight.
Yeah, and no, we thought we should have eased up on him, But I can't ease up in the chat at all.
Yeah, he ain't easing up. He ain't easing up.
Ulrich busted early, boy. Want the 𝗲𝗁 nuts? 𝗲𝗁 nuts in for me?
Where's Gary? Gary bailed on me?
I know Gary like he busted. Gary
gone, boy.
Gary said not high. Why out of here? Gary busted. Ron say he backboard. Gary busted, boy. Gary busted like Ron, boy. He busted like
backboard.
Ron.
I will go. I hope you could broad enough to carry the grip that you're packing.
What is that? Cheese sticks and Anselm weep like liar sing.
A 10 days old packing a grip to go by me.
How you know how I weep, Ron? How you know how I weep? Eh? Cheese stick, you know anything? Look how long we stay in the village tonight. We in the village tonight till 11 o'clock, boy. You think it's easy?
Yeah. This
is something you agree with, Gary.
What is
that?
Lunch cake?
I agree with Gary, yes. Gary busted and gone. Gary taking marbles and gone home, yes. Gary said, I taking my marbles and I'm gone.
Rose taking a drink of whiskey.
He was in front of Fernandez taking a drink. He must be taking the vaccine in front of Fernandez. Let me go for a quick station identification and we'll be right back. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Yeah, boy, Gary pick up the big unks. In the play Marvel big unks. That's what it's called it.
Yep.
Yeah. Gary said, not me now. I take my big unks and I gone.
Gone, boy. What do you call it? A googly?
You going to cricket?
No, they got a marble named a googly.
What?
Googly?
No, that's
that's a Bajan marble?
A snake eye then. A snake eye. Tell me Diana Marble now.
I know that one.
You know what big unks is?
Anybody in I know about no big unks. That was a troop. That must be a 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 marble. Anybody
Well,
in the
you
chat
Lord.
hall?
What you ever pitch? You ever pitch anything?
Hello. Anybody in the chat ever hear about a snake eye marble? Drop it.
No.
At
Plenty people
all.
go drop
A
it.
big unks.
What big unks? Them is 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 marble. What are you talking about? You can't
Rose
hear
say,
come sin.
Rose say, Gary go dream Doc Mohammed tonight. Seem like Gary was
Yeah.
disrespected.
Snake eye marble. Snake eye. Somebody tell me now here about snake eye marble.
Yeah, she said, answer me talking about marble, she going to cricket. Are you talking about
Hey, watch yourself. Watch yourself.
You talking about googly? What googly? Like you in Shanali or what? In Shanali it's about googly, you know.
I meant to say snake eye.
Oh God. In Shanali it's about googly.
Man, nobody never hear about a snake eye marble?
I telling nobody about that. You see nobody put it in the chat yet? Snake eye was in Barbados. And put that in Barbados. You never put it in Trinidad?
No.
Well, no.
The
How come nobody put it in the chat? Nobody put it in the chat.
Wait, look.
Look how
Yeah,
rampant.
see? Look, snake eye
What's that?
marbles is not for playing. What?
Snake eye
Snake
marble is
eye
not
is
for
the
playing
smaller
X and
one.
dab. What is X and dab?
She does
Really?
what? She does play cricket with Bob.
What's that? She does what? What you say? She does play cricket with glasses. She does play cricket with marbles. Oh God! Look, she get new glasses and she play cricket with marbles. Oh God! She's 6 and we know about snake eye, but no googly.
See me?
That's a Chinese marble. Wait. Eli says she knows snake eye. What Eli said, I know snake eye.
What? It has
Lord.
snake eye marble.
Yeah. Race that say, yeah, you say snake eye. That movie is really tutu.
Wait.
With them glasses, she has played cricket with marbles. I like that one.
So that's a Chinese.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tommy.
You said that's a Chinese marble.
Yeah. Rowley say, anybody know a marble called KK?
I nuts cake.
Anybody know a Gongo marble? Rowley? I don't know. What part of Trinidad do you play that marble?
Yes, snake eye marble is the fancy marbles. All right, Hailey. Hailey know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Hailey know what these fancy marbles. Yeah, snake eye marble. And they have a swirl.
You say much worse. Yes, I heard about snake eye. Yeah, a movie. It's a movie.
What? Snake eye ain't no movie. Snake eye is a marble.
Corey say a must watch. Yes, I heard about the snake eye. A must watch. That's a movie. A must watch movie.
She's a millennial. She ain't grow up in the time we was growing up.
Oh God.
You ever play 3-hole marble? And ring and in the ring, lick out the marble out the ring. 3-hole. You would them know about that?
No, we play lick out the marble in the ring, but 3-hole is 1 hole. 2 holes. Yeah, one hole up on one side and a hole down on the next side.
No, we played 3 holes.
We had a hole in the middle.
We played 3 holes.
Where was the 3rd hole?
Oh, you had to get all the marbles all the way down to the last hole. And any marble you get in the hole, you claim those marbles were yours.
It's 2 holes. You start in the middle and you go to the left or to the right.
Lana, we are all, anybody with that name is related, all of us.
You all in, I know about all. Yeah. And okay, jacks, you know what jacks is?
Of course you know what jacks. You put the ball and you pick up the jacks. You drop the ball and you pick up the jacks.
All right, you know what pick up rocks is?
Of course you put the rocks to the same thing, you pick up the rocks.
But you don't let the rocks there. You scatter the rocks and you have to snap
Yeah,
them one,
yeah,
two.
but yeah, but
You
we
know,
never turn on.
you know what you want. You know what you want under the bridges.
Yeah, you go and play under the bridge.
You see, there he goes. You see, yeah, you don't know under the bridges. Ain't no going under the bridge. You have to make your hand like a bridge, and you throw the rock up on it, and you put you according to one will go under, then you do two, then you have to do three, and send them up underneath your hand. You don't know
No, no,
about
no,
them
no, no,
things.
no. We never play that in
Yeah,
Trinidad.
all right. No. You never play in
Melissa
Truma. You
say,
never play in
who,
Truma.
Melissa say, who remembers CC Mel?
CC Mel.
Melissa,
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
what was that? 1952?
Oh boy.
Well, you're not nice. Well, you're not nice.
Oh boy.
Oh God!
Boy.
Oh God! Hey, what is that? CV say old school kids today can enjoy that. No joke, you know. No joke, now.
Hopscotch.
Wait now. Ron say, Melissa, that was a nice chocolate drink in a yellow tin.
That's true.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What was that? Which one? What?
CC Mel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, boy. Hey, yeah, boy. That's true, no? Yeah, Melissa, I don't remember that. Yeah, boy, Ron had to be about 70 then, if Ron remember that.
and chili baby.
Yeah, remember chili baby. Yeah, remember that. Yeah. Remember that, Melissa, CC Mel.
And Mopsy biscuit.
Camilla say KK is a huge marvel.
KK is a huge marble?
And Mopsy biscuit. Yeah, that's a big marble you picture. And Mopsy biscuit.
Yeah, Ron say he's 75. Ron just put in the chat, he's 75.
Young fella.
Paradise plum.
Ray still acting. Oh, your camera shaking so. No, I'm shaking my thing on the
No, but still maybe run the age backwards, you know.
Paradise plum.
Oh, are we
Remember
backwards?
Paradise plum?
Of course, remember Paradise Plum.
Oh, you know about Paradise plum? Oh.
I thought he put 75. Run, my bad.
You remember a condensed milk sandwich?
Of course, man. You ever know a wish sandwich? You know what a wish sandwich?
What's that?
You never get anybody in the chat ever had a wish sandwich? A wish sandwich.
What was a wish sandwich? I had a condensed milk sandwich.
Anybody ever had a wish sandwich?
No, they only eat them in Chumaka.
I used to have hop spread and chana. Hop spread and chana.
Correct is right, you know. That was only in Chumaka, you know.
I never hear about that yet.
No, we used to wish we had a sandwich. Y'all wish sandwich today, boy. I wish I had a sandwich in truth, you know.
Oh, no, I remember like, when they used to give me the milk and biscuit. And when the extra milk there, and the line they come in there. Okay, they pulling churn out of the class. I said, but why me? I don't want more milk.
Yeah, you see, cheese sticks there. I wish I had one now. That's my wish sandwich. Yeah, no joke. You used to wish. Yeah. You ever had wind pies and nothing chops?
Oh Lord.
Oh God. Ew. Look what Ron had. Two salt.
Well, you say you know what is a wish sandwich?
Wait, two salt biscuit with cold snot in the middle. Oh no. Jesus, Lord have mercy. Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
No, all you have wind pies and nothing chops? Huh?
Yeah.
You know what is wind pie and nothing chops?
Nada.
Yep.
That is nothing.
When the wind blow, when the wind blow, right? And nothing chops. Chop nothing.
Quick some blue band.
Olio.
It's time to wrap up. Time to wrap up.
Yeah, time to go.
Yes.
Time to go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
Folks,
I be
again.
brief tonight.
Okay, who's gonna stay here now? Let me see. Rose, and we already had Haley. Rose, we already had Rachel. Rose and we had Rowley already. I don't think we had Lana. We had Haley.
We had Nuts Cake.
Yeah, we had Nuts. Let me see. We had Nuts Cake.
No,
we don't have Nuts Cake, you know. But I mix them. I miss them for real. I miss them for spite.
Look he there.
You did? I miss them for spite. Nuts Cake.
And Rose.
Nuts Cake. And Rose, put your closing comments in the chat. Nuts Cake and Rose, put all your closing comments in the chat. All right. So, folks, you're gonna. Oh, Gary's back. Oh no, you're gone again.
Oh, Gary!
I just thought we see Gary. Run. Nobody asking you anything, boss. Where you going? This fella, he's a never see come see, you know. You know, he's just serious, you know. Don't ask me. Nobody asking you nothing.
Everything set up.
Oh yeah. No, sir, we gotta play that one. You play Madman Chant by thing. I'm gonna get that one up. Hold up.
Make sure you should bring a sanction, yeah.
No, don't go sanction me for that one. That is a local one. Because YouTube block the thing, you know.
Boo.
It block the thing. I also go and change it. David Rudder, Madman Chant. It's Madman Rant, right? Mad.
Anyway, I am going to say, let me say bid my good night. It's going to be brief. It was nice.
You gotta wait. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. Just a minute. Let me just put this up in the queue here. All right, it's up in the queue. Hold on. What? What will we say there? Hold on. What? Yeah, we go play that. Oh, look, I see Gary come back. He gone again, yes? Damn boy. Gary only come in and disappear. Gary only come in and disappear. All right, Diana, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say it's always nice to be here, interacting with y'all. Sue, nice having you on. Dr. David Muhammad, I always learn a lot from you. I follow you. I'm going to be brief tonight because I'm a little tired. But I look forward to being with you all in the village another time. In the meantime, stay safe. Do what you're all supposed to do. I see Dr. Rowley is opening up the place bit by bit by bit. Finally. But the people need some grant money, Dr. Rowley. Come on. Stop 36 in the thing. Everybody have a good night, my beloved people.
Yeah.
It's storm tired.
Yeah.
Good night.
Who's supposed to be closing the program again, Diana?
Who is it? Who did Lana? You said who? Not Lana.
No. We said Nuts Cake
and
Rose. Nuts Cake and Rose.
Yeah. I think Rose gone, you know.
No, Rose still there.
Rose still there? Rose. Nuts Cake. Them fellas don't follow instructions, you know. Put up your closing comments now, man. Huh?
Yeah, Rose put hers there.
Oh, Rose have hers?
Yeah, hers is there. Want me to read it?
No. Let me say it and then Tommy and then he go say it. Well, let Nuts Cake put up his own too.
Rose is there.
Yeah. The most beautiful people we have known are those who have known defeat, known suffering, known struggle, known loss, and have found their way out of depths. These persons have an appreciation, a sensitivity, and an understanding of life that fills them with compassion, gentleness, and a deep, loving concerns. Beautiful people do not just happen. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Go ahead, Tommy.
First, great things never came from comfort zones. Now, Gandhi said, happiness is when what you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony. Also, George Adair says, everything that you ever wanted is on the other side of fear. All right? So keep it in mind that fear is defeating. A pleasant good evening to each and every one. And we'll see you on Saturday, on Tuesday. Oh, I'm getting my days mixed up. On Tuesday. Thanks for having me spend some time with you.
So, Diana, you can read the 2 closing comments.
I seen Rose's comment here. It says, tonight many things happened. Dr. Muhammad trained Gary for the next Olympic, and Sue brought tears to some eyes. Thank you all so much and stay safe.
Write that, Rose.
Rose is making she like pressure that you Gary run.
Rose is our boss.
Training for the Olympics. And 𝗪𝗂𝗃 said at home, drawing pictures of mountain tops, arms shaped in a V, while the dead lay in pools of maroon below.
All right.
Poet. That's prose right there, poetry.
𝗪𝗂𝗃 is poetry.
Prose.
Yeah. All right. So, folks, we're gonna go with this one by David Rudder, Madman Rant, and then somebody could put politicians, qualification of our politicians. We go with that next time. So we go close with David Rudder tonight.